Hello. There you go. Hello, I'm Mayor Drew Combs, and welcome to the September 30th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note that public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. Roll call. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present. In the City Council chambers are myself, Mayor Drew Combs, Vice Mayor Betsy Nash, City Council members Jeff Schmidt, Cecilia Taylor, and Jennifer Wise. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. Next is closed session. City Clerk Herron, can you call for public comment for the closed session items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide a comment on our closed session item C1, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. If you are in person, return a speaker card to me here at the clerk's desk. If virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This is the final call for public comment on our closed session item C1. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Herron. The City Council will now adjourn to closed session and intends to reconvene at approximately 6 p.m.
Mayor Combs, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Clerk Karen. All right. I'll reconvene or recall to order the meeting. Hello, my name is Mayor Drew Combs, and I am recalling the September 30th meeting to order. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, City staff, and members of the public participating virtually and in City Council chambers. Please note public comment speaker time may be limited if there are more than 10 speakers on an item. We also ask that if you are in person, please submit your speaker cards for all agenda items to the city clerk at this time. City Clerk Karen, would you please provide instructions to the city council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. Again, welcoming everyone to our September 30th City Council meeting. If you are in person and would like to provide a comment on an item on tonight's agenda, we ask that you complete a speaker card at that back table and return it to me here at the clerk's desk. And if you are virtual, you can engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9. Just reiterating, if you are in person, you can complete that speaker card now for any agenda item and we can get you in queue. And for our virtual and call-ins, after the mayor calls for comment on that item, we'll ask you to engage that hand or press *9. That concludes my instructions. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. I'd like to introduce City Attorney Nira Doherty for a report out from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. There is no reportable action.
All right, thank you, City Attorney Doherty. Agenda review. Agenda review provides advance notice to members of the public and city staff of any modifications to the agenda order or any requests from city council members. Does the city council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar or informational items? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. I'd like to pull item I4. And then also there was a request to move the public hearing, to have the public hearing before we hear I4.
We can pull I4. We're not going to have I4, the public hearing before I4. We'll do I4 first, and then we'll get to the public hearing. But we will pull I4. And so there was one request on the consent calendar. Does the city council desire to modify the order of any other items on the agenda? Okay, sounds good. You've recorded that change, or at least the pulling of the consent calendar.
The pulling of I4,
okay.
yes.
All right, thanks. With that, we'll move on to public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Speaker time will be limited to 2 minutes if there are more than 10 speakers. You are not required to provide your name or city of residence, but it is helpful. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up during public comment other than to provide general information. City Clerk Karen, can you please call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment for an item that is not on tonight's agenda, if you are in person, you can return that speaker card. Calling in, please press *9, and if participating virtually, engage that hand feature now. Okay, looks like we are at 4 speakers, so this is the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. All right, we are still at our 4. So our first speaker will be Phil Barr, followed by Patrick Kililia.
Good evening, council members. My name is Phil Barr, and I'm talking about the seniors tonight. I want to say thank you to council members Nash, Combs, and Taylor, and hopefully in the future, Schmidt and Wise. And I'm so thankful that money was allocated for the senior center over at Belhaven. We've made good use of that. That's been an amazing place. My wife goes to art class over there. I've done senior fitness. It's such a nice facility with a library in it. Sometimes people don't come back here and thank you enough for all that you've done. So thank you for that. So now let's talk more about the whole seniors issue. And I've talked a little bit to the council members before about this, but it's started with Jen Wollison. And let me tell you a little bit about myself before I go on. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm a senior and close to RMDs, or maybe even too close. And we have 3 children, and I didn't have a great paying job when I was employed. So I'm one of the people in Menlo Park that bought 35 years ago, and we are in this squeeze. And without getting into a lot of details, I don't make this public often, but never do I, but I think seniors have unique needs. And one of them is medical expenses. And I'm on an ongoing medicine that's $10,200 a month. So it's shocking, I know. And so am I going to get off of it? Never. So I know that it's there. So all of us in the senior, we're taking care of our parents. We have children. All 3 of our children are in Menlo Park or Redwood City at the moment. And we figure out ways to keep them close to us because we love our family. And so the seniors really want to keep our families close. And you may not be in that position now, but you may be in the future. You may be taking care of your parents. So what my ask is for the council, and I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but some of the nearby cities, they have committees or advocates for seniors that just communicate our unique needs. And we do have needs that physical and ambulatory needs. So I just would like to say I'm interested in participating in that. And I'm in District 3, and my name is Phil Barr, and I think you have my contact information. So thank you very much for hearing this request, and thank you for all that you've done.
Next speaker will be Patrick Kalia, followed by Mu Yam Lee.
Good evening, council members. So my name is Patrick. I live in Allied Arts. I've been there 25 years. Lately, I work from home, and I like to leave the windows open. And so I was so delighted that we got this ordinance banning gas-powered leaf blowers. But it wasn't enforced for a whole year. And then they started, in theory, enforcing it in July, I think. But it's not really, because I can tell, like, every day I hear 5 to 10 of these gas-powered leaf blowers. There are a lot of electric ones now as well, but it makes it hard to work, and it reduces the quality of life. So I've got a request and a question. So I request, serious enforcement. I don't think it's really being enforced, even after a year and a few months. And then a question is like, well, what do I do with it? Should I be reporting all these? It'd be crazy. I'd be calling all the time. Or I guess that's why I'm here tonight, because I don't really know what to do about it. So if you have any comments about that, I'd love to hear it. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Mu Yam Lee, followed by Juliana Morrow.
Hi, how are you, everyone? I'm happy to get retirement and going to Bill Having Center to enjoy my retirement. So I take too many class for like a dancing, drop, and sewing. But today we cannot go inside the class. They only say only 10 people and other people is out. So I didn't get in. So after that, I see another people and still sit down and quiet. So, and think we come to the senior center, we want to, enjoy and dancing and however, how many people, not many, sometimes 15 and 20, they do some, learn. But I feel if 10 people only, the class is not right because when they want to make the class, they tell us, hey, sign the name, take the class. Because if nobody take the class and the government didn't give us money or what. But after now, we cannot get in the class because only 10 people. So I feel, I didn't know. It's scary the first time to talk. And I hopefully in the class make people and happy and people sign the name for the take the class. And for me, they say waiting list number 5. So, and I won't be take the class no more. So I feel bad for, that they do only like lose 10 people for the class. Well, yes, thank you.
Okay, and our next speaker looks like they are calling in from a phone number ending in 8245. You should be able to unmute your mic at this time to provide your comment.
Hi there. Hello there. My name is Arlene Navarro. I'm a Menlo Park resident in the Bellhaven community. I also am calling about the senior center. I've been in this community for more than 25 years. My grandfather attended the senior center for the last of his years, and this was 15 years ago. My aunts go there now. And recently I heard they're having some issues, same thing with the classes. I'm sure that you're aware there's a lot of seniors that may not be fluent in English or not as fluent in using computers or logging in and signing up for classes, and they're being told that they have to register every 2 months or they're on waiting list. And here they are thinking they're going to the senior center to enjoy a class and they can't. So I just want to bring that up. If we could please make it easier for them to register, to have someone there helping them, if possible English and Spanish, just so it makes it easier for them to actually use the facility. Yes, the facility is great, but if there's issues, then it almost feels like you don't want to go there. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we did have an additional hand raised. Oh, it was lowered. All right, I have no more cards or hands for items not on tonight's agenda. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen, and thank you to everyone who provided public comment. Mr. Barr, thank you specifically for the praise, or the nice words and the suggestion about ways in which the city can look to engage the senior community directly. The question about leaf blowers, city manager or assistant city manager, there is a number, right, that people can call if they believe that there is violations to that ordinance.
That's right, Mayor. So we are in the enforcement phase. So residents can report the use of gas-powered leaf blowers or string trimmers by calling the non-emergency line at the police department. And that is 650-330-6300. And then a response may be provided in real time. The enforcement does require an officer to observe the gas-powered equipment and issue a citation, but we are in that phase where we are issuing citations.
Okay, thank you for that.
I just wanted to also speak to Patrick, and I'm the District 4 representative for Allied Arts. Please feel free to get in touch with me and we can talk.
I would say more generally with a ordinance like this, you could see where enforcement could be really challenging under even the best of circumstances. What I would say is, and sometimes we, and I'm the same way, we look to government to enforce prohibitions against our neighbors, when maybe we should look for it as an opportunity to reach out to our neighbors and connect with them directly and share with them like our concerns about the pollution that they believe, that we believe it's produced from gas-powered leaf blowers. I think things like that, just sort of reaching out to neighbors, will ultimately likely be a lot more successful than getting the city to issue every instance every day a citation, because as you can imagine, our resources would be quickly overwhelmed. That's what we would be doing. So, but thank you for the feedback, and there is the option of the non-emergency number. And then sort of moving on, again, in connection with the general public feedback, thank you again for the feedback about the senior center and the classes. I will say sometimes classes are really popular and there are more people interested in it than there are spots available. I encounter the same issue with the gymnastics program with my kid. And sometimes they don't get into those classes. And it is feedback for city staff to understand what classes are more popular, but it's not necessarily some specific thing or some specific miss here. It's an evolution. We take the feedback and grow, but then also in some circumstances, we're not able to provide classes for everyone who wants to have a class, the session that they want to have a class. And because again, these are services that we provide multiple services. And there is a balance. So I appreciate and hope that you understand that, because a lot of the feedback as it relates to the senior center has been very specific about things that they think that the city is failing in. And it's kind of become a thing. And I wonder, to be very transparent, if it's about something substantive that's missing or about a desire to just provide negative feedback again and again and again. For a senior center, which is brand new, which is part of a facility that the city and public and private partners spent more than $50 million to construct. So I hope you keep that in mind as you think that there is some aggrievement that is being, that there is some agreement that you have there with the services being provided by the city and the senior center. With that, we'll move on to presentations and proclamations. We have 3 proclamations this evening. The first is H1, the JobTrain 60th Anniversary Proclamation. City Clerk Heron, please call for public comment on H1.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide public comment on our Proclamation H1 for JobTrain's 60th anniversary, if you are in person, you can return that speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our Proclamation H1 JobTrain 60th anniversary. All right, seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, Clerk Heron. This month, we celebrate the 60th anniversary of JobTrain, a Menlo Park-based nonprofit education and training institution that helps people reclaim their lives from poverty and unemployment and prepares them for successful, sustainable careers in high-demand and emerging fields. We would like to invite JobTrain President and CEO Barry Hathaway and I think Vice President for Public Engagement, Public Outreach, Larry Moody, to accept the proclamation. I actually have to come down with the proclamation for you to accept it. So here I come. Give me a second. Oh, you guys came with a video, so that's why. Okay, so.
Mayor Combs, council members, city staff, thank you so much. 60 years is a long time to be in one community, and we have been in this community for the entire 60 years in our many, many iterations. So I really appreciate this honor of this proclamation and the recognition of this longstanding institution. I'm Barry Hathaway. I'm the CEO of JobTrain. I've been with the organization for nearly 8 years now, and Cecilia Taylor is a member of our board of directors. Hi, Cecilia. It's nice to see you. So I just want to, you guys, we got a little bit of a late start, so I'm going to really accelerate my comments for you today. But what I really want to talk to you about is give you a little insight into who is JobTrain at 60 years. It's one of the things that drew me to the organization when they had the opening for the CEO, is like, what does it look like when an organization has been doing this work for 60 years? And so a couple of things that I want to point out to you. We better be asking this question of ourselves every day. When is job training not just job training? And there are a lot of things that I can say to you about that, but the message that I'm really here to deliver is that this is a new economy, and job training programs need to respond to the new economy. People's lives have changed. What they need to succeed have changed. And it's our job to stay on top of that and to constantly refine our programming to respond to that. Watch me just go past these slides really quickly. I'm sure you all appreciate this. One of the big things that we've done in the last 5 years is we've really taken our program, which tends to sit in the center span of this bridge image. You have to be stable enough to come to a job trained program that is full-time, 3 months long, and be able to sort of persist through the program and into the career, the period of starting your new career. We've said unequivocally that really needs to happen. It still needs to happen. We've also said, what about the people on the left side of this bridge that are not yet stable enough to be able to engage in these very high quality, free career training programs? And we want to start moving into that part of the community to help them stabilize so they can get to the point where they can do career training. And then we've said, and what about those people who after a year have persisted in their career? Traditional workforce development stops at that point. We trained you, we helped you get into a career, you persisted for a year, we're done. And JobTrain is saying, but we're not done. A year in a new career does not mean that you're economically stable or even economically mobile. So we've layered in a whole series of new programs. This is the JobTrain that is 60 years old. I'm going to skip a little bit past this. Here's what I want you to take in as a city of Menlo Park. That's the big star, the headquarters star, is where we've always been. And look at where we are now. Look at what the seed that you helped us plant in Menlo Park is doing now all across San Mateo County and Santa Clara County. These are programs that are designed for the very people that you intend for us to serve. And we're now expanding across the region in a way that we can be in the places where people need us to be. These numbers are from fiscal year 24. We just completed fiscal year 25. So I want to have you look at those numbers. In 24, we served 4,338 people. Last year, we served almost 5,500 people. That's real growth. Our course completion rates for the last year were 87.5%. Our average wages are still around that number, and our job placements for the last year, and there's still many students that are just graduating or in the search, is already at 65%, which is extraordinary. We still serve the population that we set out to serve, but we're doing it in new ways that respond to the economy of today and the workers and the residents of today. Very importantly, in all these new locations where we've planted programs, each community is different. North Fair Oaks is not South San Francisco. They are not Half Moon Bay or San Jose or East Palo Alto or Menlo Park. Every location we go to needs to be thoughtfully curated for that location. And this is sort of the thing that we're really focusing on these days is we have this large menu of things we can offer to communities. When we go into a particular community that is underserved and does not have the kinds of resources we can bring, how do we make sure we bring what they need, not what we have, if that makes sense? So we've had to do a lot of program evolution over the years because it's requiring us to do new things for people that we haven't necessarily served in the past. So and I'm saying this because I want you to understand that we are not just a 60-year-old organization that continues to do the same things we've always done. There are plenty of things we've always done that we still do because they work, but there are plenty of things that have had to change. And if I had time, and I would love it if I do, but I don't, I would love to tell you more about those things. But trust me when I say we're trying our very best to stay relevant and serve the needs of the community. So I'm gonna settle on this one idea. A lot of the things that we're doing right now are experimental. They're new and they're not being done by other organizations, but they're very much in response to what the community needs. We are building a new model and it is in development, and your continued support is all we ask for at this point to help us continue to be strong and thrive just the way that we have. You've always done that for us, and the ways you've done it is all we're asking for. So thank you so much. So we'll leave you with our new tagline, which I just love so much. JobTrain, where potential gets to work. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hathaway. I think I speak for the whole council, we are proud to have JobTrain in Menlo Park. I think one of our first and most successful startups, you might say. So we'll come down and.
Yeah. Thank you. One more. Thank you so much for your service.
The second proclamation is H2 National Service Dog Month. City Clerk Karen, can we please call for public comment on H2?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our Proclamation H2 National Service Dog Month, if you are in person, you can return that speaker card. Calling in, please press *9. Dialing or virtually engaging that hand feature now. Final call for public comment on National Service Dog Month Proclamation. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. National Service Dog Month, observed every September, celebrates the work of service dogs who perform specific, often life-saving tasks for people with disabilities and the trainers who raise service dogs, teaching them the commands that allow them to support their human companions. We would like to invite Pause for Purple Hearts Representative Mary Kate Cipollone and Marjorie Larest to accept the proclamation.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mary Kate. This is Marjorie. And then the two dogs we have Ellie here and Arrow. They're both service dogs in training for veterans. So at PPH, we train service dogs. They're trained in mobility and in psychiatric tasks to be placed with veterans free of charge. We're a national nonprofit, but we started here in Menlo Park, and we're still here after 14 years. So we're actually on the VA campus. So we serve those veterans every single day. So we always love to collaborate with the community. If you're looking for education, awareness about service dogs, just want some pets, if you're interested in raising a service dog puppy, please feel free to reach out to us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The third and final proclamation is H3, National Preparedness Month. City Clerk Karen, can we please call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So for any member of the public wishing to speak on H3, our proclamation on National Preparedness Month, if you are in person, return that speaker card. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our proclamation on National Preparedness Month. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. September is Annual Preparedness Month.
Oh, actually, Mayor Combs, I do apologize. I have one speaker in queue.
Okay.
I'd like to invite up Jenny Michelle.
You got to talk this way, though.
Thank you. Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle. I come before you tonight as the president of Menlo Park Ready, MPC Ready, the neighborhood preparedness group assisting neighbors connect, which we just talked about, prepare for disasters. I am also a CERT with Menlo Fire. And I just participated in the annual SFO scale disaster drill in the Bay. I work closely with ADAPT, the Atherton Neighborhood Preparedness Group. I've also attended the Menlo Police Academy group, and we're also working with Brandon Bond. I am not just here to encourage awareness for our group and other groups like us, but to really highlight the incredible depth of skill, knowledge, professionalism, and response our various first responders exhibit daily. Seriously. You all make me so proud to be a Menlo Park resident and native. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michelle. September is Annual Preparedness Month, a time to recognize the importance of emergency preparedness in reducing the impacts of major disasters and crises, and to take steps toward emergency preparedness at every level, both as individuals and as a community, in order to increase resiliency and safety for all. We'd like to invite Emergency Preparedness Coordinator Brandon Bond to accept the proclamation.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Bond, and I serve as the Emergency Preparedness Coordinator for the City of Menlo Park. I would like to thank Mayor Combs and the members of the council for this proclamation and for their continued commitment to emergency and disaster preparedness. The proclamation this year highlights that it's also a time to recognize and honor our first responders. Over the past 12 months, in addition to responding to daily emergencies, local first responders have even supported disaster response efforts across the nation, including Hurricane Helene in Asheville, North Carolina, the Palisades Fire in Southern California, flooding and debris flow in Kerrville, Texas, and others. To our first responders, thank you for your dedication in protecting both this community and the nation. Preparedness for major disasters is possible. However, it requires the involvement of the whole community, individuals, families, neighborhoods, community-based and faith-based organizations, businesses, large and small, and every level of government. Here in Menlo Park, we are working hard. We're working hard to strengthen our capabilities to serve the community in its greatest time of need. Some of these efforts include improving critical infrastructure, enhancing technology, training and exercising of our staff, and building partnerships with local, state, and federal agencies. Our community is also actively engaged in improving preparedness across Menlo Park. And when I say community, I mean you. We're grateful to have the opportunity to share information with our community-based organizations And in addition, work closely with the 75 members of the Menlo Park Fire Protection District Community Emergency Response Team. But we want you to get involved. Join the CERT team or take one of the free emergency preparedness classes that's offered by the fire district. Help us build an informed community. Only 1 in 4 residents have signed up for SMC Alert, our emergency alert and warning system. If you haven't done so, take action today. Sign up for SMC Alert, follow our social media channels, and our weekly digest. Join us in building a stronger, more resilient community. Get a kit, make a plan, stay informed. You can learn more by visiting our menlopark.gov website at menlopark.gov/prepared. And now I'd like to ask Chief Lorenzen, Chief Norris, Public Works Director Mitch, and our staff to come join us in accepting this proclamation. There's one piece that I wanted to help define because we didn't do that tonight. When we say our first responders, we're not just talking about our police officers and firefighters. We're also talking about our dispatchers, our public works personnel, our emergency medical services personnel, and all others that are part of the emergency response system. So I thank all of our partners for being here tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we'll now proceed to the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the city council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. City Clerk Heron, can you call for public comment on the consent calendar? Again, we are going to take up I4 separately, but we'll take all public comments on all of the consent calendar items.
Thank you for clarifying, Mayor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on any of our consent calendar items, I1, City Council meeting minutes, I2, an agreement for Willow Road and U.S. 101 project, I3, a resolution banning right-of-way at 100 Terminal Ave, or I4, an amendment to the aquatics operator agreement. If you are in person, now's the time to return that speaker card. If you are virtual, please engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Okay, so we are currently at 8 speakers. So this is the final call for public comment on any of our consent calendar items, I1, I2, I3, and I4. Okay. So again, it looks like we are at 8, and these are all going to be under agenda item I4. And so our first speaker will be Orion Bluesmith, followed by Robert Hubble.
My name is Orion Bluesmith. I am 9 years old and I live in Felton Gables. Thank you for giving me a chance to talk. And tonight I'm here to ask you to vote yes on agenda item I4 to keep Burgess and Bellhaven pools running without interruption. Next slide, please. My first time in the water was entering the wading pool at Burgess when I was 3 months old. Next slide. And I still really enjoy swimming. I swim year round for pasta. Yes, that's me meeting Katie Ledecky at Burgess. Next slide, please. And in the summers, I represent this community as a member of the Menlo Maverick swim team. Next slide. Approving item I4 will allow my teammates and me to continue practicing without interruption. Final slide, please. Thank you for continuing to invest in such excellent pools, and thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Okay, and our next speaker, yes, is Robert Hubbard, followed by Robert Peck.
Well, that's a tough act to follow.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Bob Hubble, 30-year Menlo Park resident, and I want to just take a few minutes to first talk about the recent petition. It's unfortunate, disappointing that it was based on misinformation and is therefore misleading. First, there's a claim about quote unquote gifting the operator additional public funds in return for reduced hours and programs at Bellhaven. This is false. The operator has requested additional funds to maintain the current 63 hours and programs at both pools. Secondly, there's a claim that the operator has not offered, quote, any meaningful financial disclosures despite the city council's repeated requests, end quote. This is also false. First, the operator has continued to provide quarterly and annual financial disclosures in full compliance with the agreement. Secondly, and this is per the staff report for this meeting, earlier this year, the city retained an independent, quote, qualified government finance consultant, end quote, who verified that, quote, the operator's financial statements are true and accurate, and that the operator's internal controls and financial accounting practices are sound and consistent with GAAP, end quote. Third, the amount of financial transparency that we have here at Menlo Park far exceeds the amount of financial information that the operator has to provide with any other cities where they're operating a pool. It's very sad that the Menlo Park residents were misled in this manner, and especially at this late stage in the process. However, tonight, the city has known the operator's financial shortfall for almost a year and has not acted, which brings us to this crossroad. At the last city council meeting, the operator stated that they are prepared to terminate the agreement if they aren't provided the financial support needed to make ends meet. The city staff has proposed an amendment to the contract that will keep both pools operating with the wonderful program we've come to expect. This will continue to maximize the public good that both pools bring to the community. And to be honest, maximizing the public good is what we need to be focused on. A vote against the amendment means that both pools will get shut down indefinitely, likely many, many months while the city tries to figure out how to reopen them. Meanwhile, the programming and swimmers will shift to the Rinconada pool next door in Palo Alto, which also happens to be run by the operator, but in a city that has managed to keep its pool open. I would much rather support the pools in my city. I urge you to approve the amendment to resolve this issue for the continued public enjoyment of both our beautiful pools. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Robert Peck, followed by Alex Gallagher.
Hello, my name is Hello, my name is Robert Peck. I'm actually one of the coaches for Solo Aquatics. You've seen me several times. Most of my statements were going to be pretty much the exact opposite of what was just previously said. The financial records have not been disclosed. Team Sheeper has repeatedly, I think 5+ times now, come to you saying, I need more money, I need more money, I need more money. If you don't stop that, it will not stop. If he needs more money, if he's coming to you saying, I need more money, your response needs to be, prove it. Disclose your financial records if they are accurate. If that information is accurate, here are the funds. If you do not know how much money is being brought in, you cannot just give him more money. And second, that final statement about if he doesn't get the funds, terminating all the programs and everything's going to be shut down, that is incorrect. Our organization is actually ready to step in right now and run things. The lifeguards exist. They are there. It's not like they're going to disappear. The swim teachers, they exist. They're not going to disappear. Everything is already in place. It is just the operator who is making these demands and threats. So the pool would not be shut down indefinitely. There would be almost no upheaval whatsoever if he terminated that agreement. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alex Gallagher, followed by James Rohr.
Good evening, Menlo Park City Council. My name is Alix Gallagher. I am a resident in District 4 of Menlo Park. I swim on the Menlo's Masters swim team. I play water polo with Menlo Mavens, and I'm a volunteer coach with Ray Swami in Bellhaven. I wanted to talk tonight actually not about Burgess Pool, not about an operator, but about Bellhaven and my experience there and also what I've been reading. And if you look through the comments about the senior, listen to the comments about the senior citizens' concerns about enrolling in their classes, if you look at the public comments and feedback and response that are posted about the Bellhaven Community Center, and if you hear some of the comments that are coming tonight, and the speaker coming after me has gotten a petition from neighbors in Bellhaven, what you'll see is that there's a lot of concern about what's going on at the Bellhaven Community Center. And I think it's really, really important that the city council consider all of the concerns. There are concerns about the transparency of the building design and the building plans. There are seniors who are saying that they were told they were going to get the exact same thing, which Menlo Park City staff has said is not the case. You see people concerned about the classes and about the way people can enroll, about the service at the gate when you go into the senior center. And you will hear concerns about the pool and whether there's transparency. What I want you all to see is the connections between them. There's a community that is valuable and has assets and feels unserved and unheard. This is not an issue fundamentally, in my opinion, about a single aquatics program or operator. This is much deeper and this is much more important. And so I'm going to ask you to support resolving the aquatics issue as a self-standing issue. If people want more transparency and financial reporting in the future, you have an RFP coming up in 2028, and you can put all of those desires in there. That is your right. But you have a contract, you have your own auditors who've told you that all of the financial disclosures that were required in that contract have been met with appropriate accounting practices, and everything is accounted for. Sacrificing an aquatics program when the real issue is much bigger and it's about a community that has not been sufficiently heard is inappropriate. The current agreement includes engaging that community and letting that community give their own voices to what they want and how to be served. And it's grossly inappropriate to have the aquatics operator held accountable for a much broader problem. So I urge you to separate the issues, serve Bellhaven well, and preserve aquatics throughout Menlo Park. Thank you.
The next speaker is James Rohr, followed by Meredith Rohr, and then Jesus Soto.
Hello, I'm James. I'm a resident of Bellhaven. I live in the neighborhood, and I was the one that gathered 55 signatures of my fellow neighbors because we need an independent audit. All of the actual reporting that's been happening from Team Sheeper's team has been hiding the majority of their funds within payroll. They had 2.28 million in payroll last year. If you have that much money, then you should be able to fully staff the lifeguards and the instructors at both pools at all times. However, they have consistently had a lack of lifeguards and full grouping of the trainers and lifeguards at both pools, actually at Rinconada too, but that doesn't matter. The current fund disclosures are insufficient. We don't know if he's hiding the majority of his income in payroll. The payroll keeps on raising and the revenue kept on going down. But again, There's not that many people who need to run 2 pools, let alone $2.3 million to pay for them. So we respect an independent audit, one that's done by an actual independent auditor to do a proper audit for W-2s, 1099s, properly redacted. And that's pretty much it. I do have a personal note. I did the petition. I submitted it to the city. You told me in an email that it was your fault that you spilled the data and released unredacted PII information. The operator should not have that petition. No one should know that I'm the person that did the petition until after it's done. So this needs to be resolved. The city employee that did that, I need to know who they are. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Meredith Rohr, followed by Jesus Soto.
Hi, Mayor Combs and City Council. My name is Meredith Rohr. I'm a Belhaven resident and Menlo Master Swimmer here today to ensure our neighborhood has meaningful access to pools and programs that are accessible to us. This operator hasn't really been delivering on the contract. He's breached at least twice. And now, evidently, he's about to do even less and be paid more of our tax dollars. Cutting Belhaven hours from 63 to 30 hours a week means that Belhaven is being used to balance the budget for the wealthier parts of town and non-residents. It is wrong to balance the budget off the backs of Belhaven residents, especially when we have such little data to minimize the blow to our community. An auditor hired and scoped by the pool operator is not an independent audit. Details of what we want to see financials-wise include redacted W-2s, 1099s, and Menlo Swim and Sport tax returns. As a contracts attorney, I can confidently say that redaction of personally identifiable information is in line with the scope of the audit right of the contract. Giving extra money to an independent contractor while taking away services and programs from Belhaven in the midst of an imminent federal government shutdown is not the best look. We need the city to demonstrate to the public that its review is more than a trust me bro exercise. We need receipts demonstrating how the operator needs money. Financial transparency for a public-private partnership is not messing with the affairs of a private business, especially when said business is taking away services from us while charging us more. A financial audit right is meaningful. A powerless task force is not. And to add about the petition, it was made in good faith based on the information and my understanding of what was transpired in the September 9th meeting. If there are inaccuracies, then we are here to clear them up, but I can tell you that the underlying message in our conversations with our neighbors was consistent. We want a chance to see why it's Belhaven's fault that the operator is losing money. We don't think we've had sufficient evidence to demonstrate that. And second, we'd like information regarding what it would take for us to run the facility as a city or as a nonprofit or a different adventure. So that is all I have. Thanks again for your time.
Next speaker is Jesus Soto, followed by Stefan Moradian, and then Dave Gildia.
Good evening. My name is Jesus Soto, and I'm a resident of Belhaven community. And I'm here to tell this city that give us an independent full operation of the pool of Belhaven, if it's possible. I got other things, but it'll be another time to mention. Thank you.
Next is Stefan Moradian, followed by Dave Gildia, and then Pam Jones.
Good evening. I'm Stefan Moradian. I'm a many-year resident of Menlo Park. So I'm here to urge you to vote yes on this I-4 amendment. I think this has been going on for a really long time. I think we all need to move on from this. A couple things, kind of reacting to some of the previous comments here. So, you know, there seems to be a lot of interest into knowing how much money Tip Shipper makes. So my street was resurfaced in Menlo Park just a few weeks ago. There was a contractor. Did we ask the contractor how much money they make? Is that the standard now for all our contractors in Menlo Park? Because then we're going to have to be doing a lot of work, and we have to go and audit all of them. That's one thing. The second thing is, if you really worry about it that much, let me tell you a little bit about what Tim is going to do after this meeting, which probably is going to run way later than it should. He's going to get over to your parking lot. He's going to step in his 10-year-old Subaru hatchback, and he's going to drive 50 miles over the hill back home. And then tomorrow morning, he's going to do the reverse commute, and then he'll be here at 5:30 a.m. to make sure that the pool runs correctly. And the day after, he's going to do that again. And Saturday morning, he'll also be here to do that. He'll be on the job. This is the guy who pays himself too much, or whatever that narrative has been built, which is really a waste of time in this whole debate. Whoever started this, it's really a waste of time. So much for that. I think we need to put all of that behind us, because really that's shameful. But let's put that behind us. Let's just move forward on this. The other thing is that reacting to another speaker earlier, I think it's very easy for somebody to step in here and say, well, if Tim moves away, I'm just going to step in and rehire all these people. Well, yeah, guess who did all the work to actually set up this whole infrastructure so that somebody can step in and do all that? And by the way, that person who was just saying this, do you know how much he's going to ask you to do this? Do we know what his financials are? Do we know how much he's going to pay himself to do this? Right, so let's just kind of like be real here, right? Somebody can just step in and do that without, any explanation like that. So thank you very much.
Next speaker will be Dave Gildia, followed by Pam Jones, and then Juliana Morrow.
Hi, my name is Dave Gilday, a resident of Menlo Park and District 5. In the current controversy about Menlo Park pools, we may have lost track that the operator operates the pools for the city with a large cost savings compared to other pool operations. I quote from our city staff from report 1658 CC, impact on city resources. Since the current contract with Team Sheeper was implemented in May 2006, the city's general fund savings is estimated to have been between $450,000 and $550,000 annually. At the time the original contract was negotiated, there were few contractors available for this type of work, and the estimated annual savings was seen as fair and appropriate return for the contractor's use of the city facility. I'm still quoting from the staff. In addition, compared to other cities in the area, providing an estimated average subsidy of $500,000 per year per pool, the city has benefited from the ability to offer high quality programs with little impact to the general fund. So this was in 2016. Pools are expensive, as we know, and there's confusion between capital expenses and operating expenses. There may be more recent reports, but this is the only apples to apples operating report that I found that talks about the cost savings compared to other operations. It said we were saving about $500,000 annually compared to the operations of other cities. So over 19 years since the start of the partnership with Menlo Swim and Sport Team Sheeper, this amounts to almost $10 million that the city has saved. The public-private partnerships are hard, but with savings like this from our private partner, my view is the city council should be doing what it can do to hold on to the partnership. Thank you.
Next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Juliana Morrow.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, council members and staff. As I started out in my letter, I said that I'm concerned that we're still attempting to use a for-profit lens on a pool that's designed to serve the community, read the Bellhaven pool. It is substantially different, the layout, the number of lanes, what can be offered there, as it is over here at Burgess. So we cannot compare them, and we don't even know, excuse me, we don't even know how much it would cost to run that pool without by itself. We don't, and it was programmed with programming that the community has said that they want. Okay, it's not a pool that's going to attract master swimmers on a regular basis. That's not the ethos there, and we know that. But we're still having that conversation, and I find it really disingenuous. I also realize that this is part of a bigger problem because it's consistent to have something going on financially. We're losing money on both pools, but it's really Bellhaven's fault. So we're going to penalize Bellhaven more by coming up with a program where the city has to pay a portion to keep it open at least the 63 hours. In addition to that, the city's going to help pay for the additional 30 hours over here for the master's program. So I'm sure that at the end of a year that program is going to break even. Everything is going to break even and make money because it'll now be set up in a structure that they have designed, so it should be highly successful. Bellhaven, on the other hand, is going to have a task force that will come up with a plan, a viable plan of what should be done to make the pool work for the community. But will that plan be heard? There's not even a timeline, so we don't know what the structure of that's going to be, because we can make recommendations. We've done that. The letter that I sent you were just a few things that residents have said in a casual talk. Okay, so there is no guarantee that we're going to come out with what we need, because the guarantees haven't been put there. The only, other than the pool will be open. The guarantee is there for the Burgess pool. In that the hours will be open, and all of the Masters people that have showed up here, they're all going to be a little happy because they'll have their needs met. And if I was a master swimmer, I'm certain I would be doing the same thing, because that's also who I am. The questions that I had that I put in my email, I really hope that you take them into consideration, because having a task force, which I think is a good idea, actually, a Bellhaven task force, is going to give us what we need in order to have a pool that's going to serve a community. And that's what the pool there is for. That was what, it was the community that got that center built, the community that got the original pool built. So it should be the community that decides how the pool is going to be run. And by the way, it can be open until 9 o'clock at night, even though the center is closed, because you can lock the doors so no one from the center can get in, and no one from the pool can get into the center. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Juliana Morrow.
Hello, good evening. This is Juliana Morrow. Thanks for the opportunity to let me speak tonight. I am a Menlo Park resident. I've been living in Menlo Park for the last 5 years, and I'm a high user of the Burgess pool. I'm a lap swimmer, and I have 2 kids that swim at PASA, so I pretty much go to the pool every night. And I'm impressed how well the Burgess pool run. I can't speak much about Bellhaven. I haven't been there for the last 3 years. I've been there in the past, but can't speak much. But for the Burgess pool, I can explain the community, then what it means for me and for my family to go there, to see my kids swimming, having the best opportunities to swim, make friends. When I go and I speak with other parents, and before moving to Menlo Park, I lived in many different cities, countries, and I always loved going to public places. But not all public places offer opportunity for the community to engage. So I can speak of the Burgess pool and what they offer and what I think is so unique. And now seeing where we are and all these discussions and asking for disclosure, which I think has been more, what has been provided, it's more than most business would ever provide. And seeing those accusations for Team Cheaper, for me, is heartbreaking. We are trying to destroy something that's so unique, so precious to so many of us. I'm also a finance professional, and in my career, I have discussed a few times with businesses agreements very similar to the agreement that City Council has with the Burgess Pool. When we agree on a price, we agree on certain commercial terms, and in the end, demand is not what is expected. Revenue is not what is expected. In those cases, what we do, we go and renegotiate. So what Team Cheaper is asking for me is extremely reasonable. And it's very naive to think another provider will come and just charge less and do more, replacing a service that has been working well for more than 10 years. So my request is to move forward, provide the approval for Team Cheaper, and just, let them run the pool that has been so successfully run for the last 10 plus years. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Thank you, Clerk Karen. So I'd like to take up I1 through 3 first. And so bring that to the dais to see if there's any comments and to entertain any motions on those consent calendar items. I'll start off myself with a comment on I2. This has been a long running effort, and so it's great to see that this effort to complete the landscaping at the one-on-one interchange at Willow Road, finally making this milestone into having what we hope is a firm timeline to start construction next year for thousands of people a day. Willow Road and Highway 101 is their entrance to Menlo Park, and so and I'll be the first to admit we've not made a good first impression for a lot of people for a number of years because of the lack of appropriate landscaping at that interchange. And so there's a number of reasons why it has been delayed, and given that we're talking about government action, there is clear documented public record of all of the reasons why this project has taken so long, and I don't offer that as an excuse. But really happy to see it make this milestone. I'm happy to make a motion on I1 through 3 for approval.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and a second by
Councilmember Taylor.
Apologies. Thank you so much. So I have a motion by Mayor Combs and a second by City Council Member Taylor to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item I1. Any further City Council question or discussion? I'm sorry, with the exclusion of item I4. With that, any further City Council question or discussion? Okay. Seeing none, you can proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Clerk Karen. And so now I'll turn to Councilmember Taylor because you pulled the item, right? Okay, so I'll turn to you.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And I pulled item I4 off the consent calendar for several reasons. One is many community members in Menlo Park expressed concerns, and we're going to pull it anyways. So I thought it was good to take that step. But also taking some opportunity over the past few days to talk to our young adults in Menlo Park who are not just interested in aquatics, but interested in having some guidance in what happens with our aquatics program, particularly by participating in the working group. And one email that came in from a person that I spoke to, it says, I am writing to oppose a current aquatic proposal. I did not approve of the discussion on the hybrid model during the workshop. The plan was so confusing that the time spent trying to understand it felt like a waste. Their approach suggested the plan was already finalized, and the constant need for clarification was frustrating. Most importantly, the plan ignores the needs of the residents. We want access to resources, not increased pool fees. It's already expensive to live here. Why must I pay more for a neighborhood pool in my own community? I see no value in this plan, and I strongly urge you to reject it, to reject this proposal. And I bring this up, and this was from Ms. Chantel Watkins, because if this is how our young adults are interpreting a service that we are providing or attempting to provide for them, clearly there are some challenges. The other piece is that the working group was intended for Belhaven community members to talk about what they wanted to see in aquatics, but instead the voice of the provider became the lead. And for me, that is the opposite of what we're supposed to be doing here. The other piece is, and I know Vice Mayor Nash and I have brought this up several times, and this is the financial transparency. The fact that the operator chose the independent auditor, to me, says something as well. I am not going to support this plan. And I am going to advocate for what the Belhaven residents have asked for, and that is to have a voice in deciding what the program looks like. The pool was not designed for profit. The pool was designed for the community to use it, and if the community is going to use it, they need to have input on what that programming looks like. And this does not provide it. In here, it's saying operator continues to provide 63 hours per week of aquatic service, safety, programming, customer service, et cetera, per the current agreement at Belhaven Pool during the summer season. Well, summer's over. So that means 8 weeks per year when K through 12th schools are not in regular session, the community will have 30 hours a week of pool time. And so going back 6 years ago, one of the goals when I came on council was to make sure that there was parity in hours of services in Menlo Park. That means all facilities were open the same amount of time. Then the facility was only open Monday through Friday. So we could only have services at our public space Monday through Friday because that's what's convenient. So now that we have a new facility, the focus is on how to make someone who profits off of a public facility whole, as opposed to providing a service for the community. So each time the pool is going to be on our agenda, I'm going to provide the same comments that I've made in the past. I didn't support the 5-year contract. I'm not waiting until 2028 to negotiate the contract. If the community that it's intended to serve is not happy, then the city council needs to make some changes. And I don't know if there's leadership issues on city council, on city staff, in the community. I just know that something better needs to happen because we shouldn't have the same complaints over and over again. And then there's not corrections made to it. The Menlo Masters are happy. Well, I would like to see all of the community members that use the pool happy, and I would like to see folks who want to use the pool in the pool as well. So not sure how we get there. This proposal is not the way.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. No, I wasn't.
I definitely appreciate that perspective. I'm going to take the opposite perspective. And I actually agree with the fundamental underpinnings of what Councilmember Taylor said. My understanding of this model is the hybrid model and the working group and the task force, which needs to be improved, is the path to get there. But I don't think blowing up the current model and not supporting a short-term proposal that we talked through pretty thoroughly last time is the way to get us there in a better way. So my understanding of the hybrid model is that is a path where the community can define what this looks like. That would replace the existing agreement at some point. So I don't think it's a 3-year waiting period. And I'm happy to be corrected by staff if that's not the case, but that's my understanding. So I feel like we have a path, and to not move forward and shut the pools down until we can continue to wrestle with this bear doesn't feel like the right approach. And I also don't, one of the commenters who said, let's be real, I really appreciate that, because another person coming in and sort of saying, well, I can take this over and run this and make this work. I think we love to talk about how much uncertainty there is in this whole process. And I think I heard the phrase, what we don't know, about 10 times. What we do know is we have a plan to keep the pools operating in the short term, and we have a plan to capture Belhaven feedback and input to move to a model that better represents what that community is looking for. So this has nothing to do with the council member. It's more, I feel like we do have a path moving forward. So I will end up supporting this.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. Is there Vice Mayor?
Thank you. So I am firmly opposed to this proposed action in its current form. I'm not opposed to subsidy if that's what it takes. But what we need and have not received is transparency and accountability from the operator of our aquatic center. What is the makeup of the expenses? Also, the city has not done an analysis of the proposal. I'll get to that a little bit later, but nor have we looked at any alternative solutions, despite having that requested again and again and again. And we don't know if this new subsidy is the last one we will be asked to provide. The revised agreement gives $400,000 per year. It's requesting $300,000 for the first 9 months to operate our 2 aquatic centers. This is a lot of taxpayer dollars, and it's on top of the $1.1 to $1.6 million the city already spends on pool facilities and pool maintenance. I take the responsibility to our taxpayers seriously, and we need to find out what is happening. There are several problems that I see with the contract itself. The city is being asked to fund 33 of 63 pool hours at Belhaven, 30 of 93 pool hours at Burgess. The revenue for those hours should go to the city, not to the operator. The city earns only a measly 1% revenue share, and it should not forgo that. Currently, $10 of every $1,000 the operator takes in of revenue, only $10 of every $1,000 goes to the city. $990 of every $1,000 goes to the operator, and we're being asked to forgo the revenue share. Also, the city should not pay for hours at Burgess when the pools are open and being run for profitable swim camps and lessons. Perhaps that's part of what's happening where Burgess will be profitable and Belhaven will not be. Belhaven, we are not being asked for those subsidies during the summer. The agreement should also define how many of the pool lane hours are available for general public use and how many are reserved for private programming only. There is no language discussing any of the operations and how that's going to happen. And then finally, in the pool agreement itself, it specifies that for $133 per hour, This is for both Bellhaven and for Burgess. In each pool, it would be $133 an hour. Operator services shall include a minimum of 2 certified lifeguards, 1 lifeguard certified manager, customer service personnel, and certified pool operator support on duty at all times during the additional open hours. First of all, we need more definition as to what is certified service, what is customer service personnel. We need that defined. Is that going to also, because we are, part of the $133 is actually paying for that position. And currently what's happening in the pools is that position is often one of the lifeguards over at the Bellhaven pool. I also want to make a comment that I swim regularly. I swim 5 to 7, typically 5 days a week, both at Bellhaven and at Burgess. And at certainly at Bellhaven, there is typically 1 lifeguard for the 2 pools in the morning. I don't swim in the afternoon, so I don't know what's happening. But I've seen the other day, there were multiple people in both pools, including a lot of young kids. Like, my guess is they were 2 to 4-year-olds in the pool, and the lifeguard was being split between both pools. That is not, I'd like staff to analyze whether that or not that is acceptable. But we need to know what is happening. I also heard the comment about how Mr. Sheeper drives the 10-year-old Subaru and goes back and forth to Santa Cruz and to Menlo Park every day. I cannot say whether or not that's true. I will only say that in the times when I swim at Burgess, Mr. Sheeper is often not there, which is absolutely fine. I just want to say that I am not sure that the statement that he's driving back and forth every day, especially on Saturdays, is correct. And I'm only bringing it up because right now my colleagues are making a decision, and I want to make sure that they have credible information. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nash. City Councilmember Moore.
Good evening. So I don't have too much to add other than I really appreciate all of the feedback and comments made here tonight. I'm in agreement with Councilmember Schmidt. I completely understand that there are larger systemic issues that absolutely need to be dealt with. I just don't want to run the risk of completely shutting down our pools in the meantime. So I will be supportive of this motion tonight, and with the understanding that a lot more work needs to be done.
One small comment as well. To the Vice Mayor's comment on details, I actually appreciate that a lot. I'm hoping that, we will work through those in a more, not us, sorry, that staff will be able to work through those in a more systemic way. And basically be able to work out conflicts with the Bellhaven community where they exist, conflicts with the Burgess community. I feel like that is the path of what the hybrid model should look like as I understand it. And I think we hopefully will be able to hold staff and the city team accountable for kind of staying on that path and answering a lot of those questions. So my response is in no way a reaction to the blurriness of the details. I think we're at a critical moment where we just need to continue. We need to continue to work toward that sharpness that you outlined. So I just wanted to express that.
And my concern is if we sign an agreement, that's how the agreement is written currently, and there are not the details in it right now.
I understand that there's concern, and I'm not sure if the intention was ever to, quote, shut the pool down. The intention is actually to meet the needs of community members that have continuously asked the city for the same thing. So it's not just about the pool, it's about systemic practices. There's no hybrid model to systemic practices. You either make the changes or you don't. You don't piecemeal it or edit it to fit the needs of one side. That's not how you get to parity. And so as a social justice advocate, I will continually bring this up. I feel like that this is basically maintaining the power and the privilege in Menlo Park to protect profit over the community in a public facility. And so if that's how the majority of the council wants to continue to practice, I mean, maybe we open ourselves up to some legal actions. And maybe that's what needs to happen. Because this has been an ongoing conversation with multiple councils. The Sheeper organization is not new to Menlo Park. They've been the only one that I'm aware of for the past 20 years. And the same concerns come up and the same, quote, hybrid models come to address the concerns of community members who have continuously dealt with challenges around systemic racism. And so if that's the majority of the council's decision, then that's something that the community will need to figure out how they're going to respond. Because we do have the power to respond to it. If the city can be sued because they want to build, because the city wants to build affordable housing downtown, that maybe is not the only lawsuit that we'll face. So if you all want to continue that practice, then that's just something that we'll go ahead and vote on now. But at minimum, put in the hybrid agreement what the residents have asked for, because they are the taxpayers. They're the ones that pay the bills, and they're the ones that made the Belhaven Community Campus possible. That was not possible with the city of Menlo Park. It was possible with a partnership with community members who have fought for access and inclusion and parity with 94025. We're not East Menlo Park, we are all Menlo Park, even though we're not treated that way in policy and in practice.
Thank you, Councilmember Taylor. I'd like to move we authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to the aquatics operator agreement and appropriate $300,477 from the general fund unassigned fund balance to sustain and restore operating hours at city-owned swim centers.
Okay, so it does look like we have a motion on the floor by Mayor Combs and confirming that was a City Council Member Wise with the second. Yes, thank you. And so the motion is to authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to the aquatics operator agreement with Team Sheeper Inc. to sustain and restore operating hours at city-owned swim centers effective October 1 and appropriate $300,477 from the general fund unassigned fund balance for fiscal year 2025-26 for this amendment. Any further city council questions or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. Thank you. And the motion passes with City Council Member Taylor and Vice Mayor Nash dissenting.
All right, thank you, Clerk Heron, and thank you for all the public comment and the public engagement. I am certain that that will not be the last discussion on the polls. With that, we'll move on to the public hearing portion of the meeting. Public hearings are a formal proceeding held in order to receive testimony from all interested parties on a proposed issue or action. The public hearing is consider approval of Parkline Master Plan Project and 1, adopt a resolution to certify the final EIR and make CEQA findings, adopt a statement of overriding considerations for significant and unavoidable impacts, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. 2, adopt a resolution to amend the general plan land use element and land use map. 3, introduce, read the title, and waive further readings of an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance to add the C1S Administrative Professional and Research District Special District, amend the zoning map to rezone the project site to C1S District and incorporate a new X overlay district, and approve the conditional development permit. 4, introduce, read the title, and waive further readings of an ordinance to adopt the development agreement. 5, adopt a resolution to approve the vesting tentative map. And 6, adopt a resolution to approve the below market rate housing agreement for the Parkline Master Plan project located at 201, 301, and 333 Ravenswood Avenue and 555 and 565 Meadowfield Road. And now the city clerk will add more.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So I did just want to note an error in the agenda, noting after the staff report number for this item, that it was not a CEQA project. Did want to note that the CEQA findings are included in the action requested by this item.
Great, thank you for that clarification, Clerk Heron. In order to gauge the number of speakers on this item and ensure everyone has an opportunity to provide comment, I will ask City Clerk Heron to call for public comment at this time. We will then proceed to the presentations and follow that, open this item for public comment.
Great, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, we will be gauging our speakers for our public hearing J1 on Parkline. So if you are in person, now is the time to bring up those speaker cards. And if you're virtual, engage that hand feature. And if you're calling in, press *9 now. Thank you. And with that, we will go to our presentations. And after our presentations, the mayor will open the public hearing. So Mayor, if you'd like, you can introduce our staff at this time.
Yes, thank you. Here to introduce the item is Principal Planner Karina Sandmeyer.
Good evening, Mayor Combs and council members. I'm Karina Sandmeyer, Principal Planner with Community Development, and I'll be giving the staff presentation on the Parkline Master Plan project. So this is the suggested meeting format. First, introduction by staff, then presentation by the applicant, then clarifying questions, public comment, and finally, City Council review and action. This slide shows the project site. So it's generally bounded by Laurel Street, Ravenswood Avenue, Middlefield Road, and the Burgess right-of-way. And the slide also shows some surrounding landmarks, including the Caltrain station, downtown, Burgess Park, and Menlo Atherton High School. The existing conditions are shown on this slide. So the SRI campus is currently developed with 38 research and development buildings consisting of 1.38 million square feet. It is a secure campus. And the project site also includes 201 Ravenswood Avenue, which is developed with a church. Here you can see the proposed site plan. So it would include up to 800 dwelling units, and the residential buildings are shown in yellow. The project also includes up to 1 million square feet of non-residential development, including 3 existing buildings to remain. So the new non-residential buildings are shown in the light blue, and the darker blue are the 3 buildings that would remain. The site plan also shows publicly accessible open space, and there's bicycle and pedestrian connections. So for City Council review and actions tonight, first is certify the final environmental impact report and related actions. Then amend the general plan land use map and general plan land use element and map. Amend the zoning ordinance, amend the zoning map, and rezone the project and approve a conditional development permit. Approve the vesting tentative map, enter into a development agreement, and approve the below market rate housing agreement. So on August 25th, the Planning Commission reviewed this project and adopted a resolution recommending approval to the City Council of the certification of the final EIR and approval of the project entitlements. The Commission highlighted for City Council's consideration the Commission's desire that the applicant add additional ground floor retail space to the project. So an environmental impact report was prepared for the project. The draft was released on June 20th, 2024. It identifies significant and unavoidable impacts in the following topic areas: construction noise, construction vibration, cumulative construction noise, and historical resources. All other topic areas are less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. The final EIR was released on July 7th, 2025. It includes responses to comments and revisions to the draft EIR. No change in impacts was identified in the final EIR. So the general plan amendment for the project would be a text amendment to the general plan commercial designation in the land use element, and a general plan land use designation map change for 201 Ravenswood Avenue, which would go from residential to commercial. The proposed C1S zoning district allows up to 30 dwelling units per acre, a residential floor area ratio of 40 to 100%, a maximum non-residential floor area ratio of 50%, discrete development standards. This zoning district would not be specific to Parkline. It could apply to other parcels within a half-mile radius of a major transit stop. The zoning district requires a conditional development permit to set specific design standards. The conditional development permit for this project sets permitted and conditionally permitted uses for the proposed project. It includes restrictions on biosafety levels. It includes modifications to the C1S zoning district regulations and the municipal code related to signage, and sets specific project-specific design standards. It also includes phasing, operational requirements, and other project-specific conditions of approval to carry out the proposed project. The development regulations and design standards for the project are included as an attachment to the CDP. They modify zoning regulations and provide project-specific design requirements specific to individual residential and non-residential components. The development agreement would provide community benefits in exchange for vested rights. These include a non-residential square footage cap of 1 million square feet, project phasing, biosafety levels, including removal of existing BSL-3 labs, parkland dedication and funding, among other benefits. Vested rights the applicant would receive include an 8-year initial term with 2 6-year extension, and limits to future impact fees, phase development, and a streamlined review for potential amendments to the site plan. The below market rate housing proposal for the project would be a project-wide agreement for up to 251 below market rate units, including 97 inclusionary units and up to 154 units in a 100% affordable building. There's been some updates since the Planning Commission meeting, some minor changes to the development agreement. Some updates to the conditional development permit include updates related to the interface with Burgess Classics. So some of those relate to parking garage 3. That would be limited to 3 stories and 50 feet in height. It would be limited to parking for office uses only. And it would there would be a requirement for facade treatment to prevent light and noise intrusions. And for the privacy screening, a 10-foot high fence or equivalent landscape screening along boundaries with Burgess Classics is included in the updated draft of the CDP. It also includes bicycle infrastructure within the intersection of Laurel Street and Ravenswood Avenue. The draft resolutions and ordinances have also been updated with clarification and formatting edits. So this slide, again, updates or summarizes the city council review and actions. And that concludes my presentation, and I will turn it over to Mark Murray from Lane Partners. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, members of City Council, city staff, and residents of Menlo Park. I'm Mark Murray with Lane Partners. Lane Partners is a Menlo Park-based real estate developer, and we have been in the same office building in downtown Menlo Park since the firm was founded 20 years ago, which is about just under a half mile from the project site and where we're sitting this evening. I also live about a half mile from the project as well, just north on Laurel Street with my wife and kids, and both of my kids attend Encinal School as part of Menlo Park's public school district. So while this is an incredibly exciting opportunity from a professional standpoint, it's also a very, very meaningful project to myself and my partners from a personal standpoint as well. And before jumping really into the full presentation, I wanted to note, I know this was very clear and already in the project and the development agreement at the Planning Commission stage, but when we met with council back in late May, there's discussion of what can you do to limit impacts from the commercial space and discussion of headcount caps. I think that's something I've, hopefully communicated well, that that's just not something that's financeable in the real estate world. And obviously getting to financeability is absolutely critical to us and to the community, because if this project doesn't move forward, then no single component of the project moves forward as well. And what we did to try to ease those concerns is make a major reduction in the commercial square footage. So what we've been proposing for the last 4+ years is 1.38 million square feet of commercial project. Now we're saying we're capping that at 1 million square feet. And something I think we also discussed conceptually at that last council meeting was, there'll be a financial hole in the project by virtue of shrinking that commercial square footage. We would like a fast track approval process, not approval process, but review process if we are adding housing and that housing has to include the required inclusionary BMR. So we don't have all the answers of what we're going to do in kind of the next stage yet, but that is the legal agreement with the city. We cannot exceed 1 million feet on commercial. If we want to come back with anything, which most developers do, it will have to be residential and have to include BMR. So that's for another day, but I wanted to highlight that major change we made in response to that last hearing with you all. So we first began working on this project back in 2019. SRI engaged us to be their partner in re-envisioning the campus they've called home. This is actually I think this calendar year, they're celebrating 80 years in Menlo Park. And the primary assignment from SRI was to create a new state-of-the-art research and development campus that can continue to be their home for the long-term future, but also bring in other great tenants to cohabitate with them. And then from there, we were working together to try to create a project that meets those goals, but also does so much more, including, and the community input was a big part of that as well. But SRI has been a fantastic partner in this, in helping us listen to the community, making sacrifices on their end, diverging from some of their business plans to make this a reality. So I really appreciate their partnership in all this. And while the project has evolved quite a bit over the last 4.5 years, our guiding principles really haven't changed. Firstly, we wanted to SRI has been literally locked off from the community for many decades. What we wanted to do with there, and SRI has been a partner, is opening that area up and making a dynamic new district in Menlo Park, with a primary feature being access to the public and amenities for the public. We also made the site, or designing the site, to be highly permeable for bike and pedestrian facilities. We really wanted to create something that went from being kind of a blockage from a transportation standpoint, but to be the connective tissue where You know, if you're a MA student in Linfield Oaks, you don't go down Laurel and then cut down, you know, the bike lane in Ravenswood. You will have a faster, more beautiful, much safer route, you know, taking through one of the many bike lanes through the Parkline campus. Obviously, housing was, you know, the biggest community priority we heard all along, and now we've reached twice the units we started with and a very high level of below market rate housing. Sustainability, this project is going to have a incredibly positive impact on carbon emissions and sustainability generally. And that's not just a result of replacing old buildings with kind of new electric ones. It's really redoing the entire site, including 100% of the utilities will all be brand new. And then, you know, trying to get to all these, and this gets into community outreach as well, like accomplishing all these things, doing so in a way that you're respecting kind of the neighborhood edges, respecting the environment around the site and not treating it like a standalone, but also listening to concerns and doing your best to address them. So again, we're now in our fifth year of the public process. We were working with SRI a couple of years prior to that to kind of try to formulate our partnership and our plans for the site. And we've worked really hard to engage with the community and solicit as much feedback as we can. And most of that's been overwhelmingly positive. Communities love the idea of adding open space, adding more housing. And there's concerns as well. And I think we've worked really hard to address those as opposed to just, you know, work with the people who are saying they like it. We spend a lot of time trying to make compromises to listen and understand and improve the project for as many people as we can. We're extremely proud of the community benefits, of the package of community benefits that Parkline is offering. We're making over 4 acres in land dedications, one of which is to the city for recreation space, another to a third-party nonprofit housing developer, so they can facilitate the development of 100% affordable building at low income or below in terms of the BMR levels. We're also making cash contributions to the city to facilitate the design and construction. Well, first of all, the outreach program to find out what the community wants or thinks is the highest and best use for that recreation space, but then to actually design and construct it. And we're also making a $2 million contribution to the city with for the purposes of improving bike and pedestrian transit off-site. The Middle Avenue Tunnel will be one example of that, where those funds could go. But I would say the thing I'm most proud of in this project is the fact that we're getting to 31% below market rate on our housing, which is the highest that's ever been proposed in Menlo Park, with the exception of obviously pure, you know, affordable housing. But from a private developer, this is the new high water mark. So housing, one thing about this community, it's incredibly pro-housing. Of the hundreds of conversations I've had with community members in the last 5 years, maybe 1 or 2 said don't do any housing, but which is great. The challenge there is every conversation has a little bit different. People have different perspectives on things, and there was just a very diverse kind of constellation of opinions you get as it relates to how much is the right amount, how much is too much, how tall should it be, what should it look like, where should it go? And, you know, those hundreds of conversations, we really tried to distill into the best project we can, and I think we're in a pretty good place there. But just to reiterate kind of the challenge of the process, I just wanted to walk the council kind of back through the history of where we started. Our initial submittal in 2021 was for 400 units. And even before submitting that, we were having community outreach sessions prior to even making that formal submittal. And we knew the community wanted a meaningful new housing district, but it was very hard to kind of read where that was. So we submitted it at 400, generally got pretty good feedback. We had a series of study sessions with commission and council in the summer of 2022. And at that time, the suggestion from council was study up to 600, like as it relates to looking forward to the EIR and things like that. Doesn't mean we want 600 necessarily, but we want to see the envelope which you're studying to grow. So we made our next submittal at 550 units. And again, you can see there's the two-story product adjacent to Burgess Classics, which is one of the compromises we made with those folks. But this was also the first time that we interjected the idea of dedicating one of the building footprints to a third-party nonprofit developer. We'd heard a lot of people saying, hey, 15%, that's great, you're doing the 15% inclusionary. How can we do more? And we talked to advocates and experts in the field, and the way to do it is to, partner with someone who is expert at financing and developing those 100% affordable buildings, and that was the plan going forward. And then we had, I think, three different hearings, not different hearings, but it took 3 hearings to get through: study session and scoping session of the EIR with the Planning Commission at the very end of 2022 and early 2023. And at that time, we heard very clear direction. We want you to do more housing. They ended up saying, the direction was very clearly to study up to 800. But unlike those prior hearings, we really took that as you're studying up to 800. We'd like to see you get to 800 or as close as you possibly can. And so what you're looking at right now is something we put together for community outreach purposes, but this is taking the initial housing district we had and then getting to 800 units, which essentially 6 stories all around, in the same housing district and getting to that height. And through that, before that outreach, we knew that was going to be problematic, but it definitely, even folks that were very pro-housing, we were hearing things like 6 stories, 800, that's a little crazy, at least the way it's shown here. And that created a major design challenge for the project. We didn't want to come back and say 625 is the best we can do. We also didn't want to upset neighbors and turn people against the project. And the thing that really allowed this design to change, and we were able to come to an agreement with the Church of Christ the Scientist at 201 Ravenswood. And that really allowed us to unlock an entire second district. So that church is actually only 1 acre, but the church also has rights adjacent on SRI's adjacent property. You can see there's a large parking field at the corner of Middlefield and Ravenswood there. So they have legal rights for that to be maintained. They also have ingress and egress rights kind of through that area. So that church really blocked the chance for that to be developed. And we sat down and talked to them, and they've been a great partner to us. But we're able to kind of secure that entire corner. We don't own that site. We're in contract with the church, which is part of the reason we're really eager to kind of take the next step so we can continue moving forward with that. But that allowed us to create that second housing district by moving both affordable and market rate housing to that corner, spread out the housing site and the housing into 2 different sites, and then be able to stay more at the height levels that we thought the community wanted to see. The communities responded very well to the idea of having public open space within a private development. Part of that, and really what we heard is, we don't just want to have a place to bike through or walk through, but have things where you can have events, have it amenitized. So we're committing to doing a number of those things. We now currently have a dog park planned, children's playground, bike repair stations, like kind of self-serve bike repair stations throughout the project on the bike paths, but we'll also have a proper bike repair shop in the project as well. We'll have spaces for events, and we also, via our contract with the city, via the DA, the city will be able to host events at that area as well, in addition to occupants of Parkland. As I mentioned earlier, one of our main goals was to make the project as permeable and safe for bike and pedestrian as possible. And this is something that universally was really well liked. So you can see there's different types of paths. There's sort of like fast tracks, like we have a big paseo on Ravenswood. We're still maintaining and improving the bike lane within the road on Ravenswood, but then we'll have a large multimodal path that kind of meanders through the oak trees there And what we thought about there is there's different types of people who want to transit, right? Some people are comfortable being in the road. That's the straightest shot. You know, they can go fast, and if they're comfortable with cars, that's great. But thinking about school children, other folks, you know, try to have something that's a really beautiful way to commute and, you know, still efficient, but also incredibly safe. And you'll see the yellow line there on Laurel Avenue. So we will be paying to install a Class 4 bike lane there. Class 4 is the highest level of safety for a bike lane. It means there's actually like a physical curb separating vehicle traffic from bike traffic. And my kids go to Laurel and we live, sorry, my kids go to Encinal and we live off Laurel. So I know this is like the major migration point to and from school. And that'll be on both sides of the road as well, the Class 4 bike lane. But we heard a lot of concerns from the neighborhood about, hey, you're adding traffic to this area. This is a school route. You know, how do you mitigate that? So that's one of the things we added kind of offsite as well. And this is just a close-up of that Ravenswood Pass and some renderings of what that would look like. Again, you'll have the traditional bike lane within the road, but this is kind of the multimodal path that's meant to accommodate 2 lanes of bike traffic, but also have people walk on it as well. And this is looking from, you know, Burgess Park, looking across. We have this kind of large paseo here. This is no vehicular access. This is for bike and pedestrians only. This is meant to be really wide, really inviting, kind of inviting people from, if you're coming from Burgess, to enter the site and really give a good indication that, hey, there's public amenity and public access where you're going. On safety, we heard a lot of concerns about BSL 3. We think we've tackled that now. We are prohibiting it. And just to be clear, when we say BSL 3, BSL 4 has never been in our minds, and that will be prohibited in the same way, but just to make sure that's 100% clear, because the conversation's been around BSL 3. But not only we're prohibiting BSL 3 in the new project, per the DA, we are committing to decommissioning the 2 small existing BSL 3 capable labs into existing SRI buildings as well. In terms of emergency potable water, I think you can see from the plans that we have space to hold a 2 to 3 million potable water tank for emergencies. If something happens to Hetch Hetchy and potable water is cut off, you need a pretty massive supply for the community. So we're doing that, but we're not just providing the land to install that. We've also studied that in our CEQA analysis in the EIR that you're reviewing. So hopefully when and if the city decides to move forward with that project, it'll be less costly and they can move more quickly. And we're also, you know, planning to have, you know, there's obviously a lot of open space, you know, after hours. Like we will absolutely have on-site security 24/7 to make sure, you know, people within Parkline and around Parkline feel safe. In terms of sustainability, this is a massive opportunity to really reduce carbon emissions and greatly improve the site. And again, that's not just about building, you know, new state-of-the-art, highly sustainable electric buildings with photovoltaics and things like that. We're actually redoing all the infrastructure as well. And I think one thing that's really important to note is in West Bay's current plans for recycled water, their current capital plan has recycled water coming from the east and then terminating at Ringwood and Middlefield, kind of at the foot of our site. So what's in our approvals as well, what we're committed to doing is we're going to run that recycled water infrastructure all the way through our site, obviously, to serve the needs of all our product types that can use it, but also to provide tie-ins on Laurel Street so that the city can access that as well, and it makes it easier to extend, you know, into Linfield Oaks and elsewhere. But it's obviously a massive change in terms of the reach of where that infrastructure will go. And then we're paying to decommission and ultimately demolish the existing cogeneration plant, which I think produces something like 11% of the carbon emissions in Menlo Park. But ultimately there'll be a major change in carbon between the buildings and removing that cogeneration plant. Staff touched on this as well, but we wanted to mention some changes we proposed making in the CDP. There was talk at the last hearing about it being in the DA. We and staff both agreed the CDP is more protective of the folks in Burgess Classic. The DA is a contract between the developer and city that has a finite period of time, where the CDP is the zoning until someone has to go through this process again and change the zoning if they want to. But just to quickly walk you through those, I think Karina did a good job talking about the parking garage. But essentially they wanted us to commit to what we're showing is what we're going to do and no worse. And we're completely fine with that. That's in the CDP. We also made a commitment to Burgess about keeping development around their property line to be a two-story, to be residential only, but to be at 2 stories. We're comfortable with that. I think staff wanted council to weigh in on that one specifically because obviously housing policy is huge. This would be a restriction on housing density, but I can tell you that's not a problem for us and it doesn't affect what we're planning to do for the site. And we're also committing to doing a security fence there as well. And this is for the Burgess Classics folks that are here, this was kind of the exhibit we showed them when we were trying to forge these compromises, but this obviously shows, you know, the distances, the parking deck is planned, the height is planned, and we can't exceed those. And that will now be written into the zoning. We also have to make that wall opaque. So this is a rendering kind of showing one way that could look. And we're also committing not to, they don't want people parking there at night. So we've committed that parking deck, just the one closest to their homes, would be limited to office use only to avoid, you know, people parking at night, things like that. And this really just shows how we, you know, Laurel Street was a major sensitivity for everyone in the area. So we really tried to be, and this goes into housing heights and everything else, but you can see we really wanted to have kind of a lush feel, you know, for the buildings that are, you know, 4 and 5 stories, wanted to have really meaningful setbacks with kind of meandering paths and trees. Again, it has the class 4 bike lane there, but also traffic onto Laurel was a major concern. From our original submittal, I think we had already cut off all commercial traffic would have no access to Laurel. But now the building, the first apartment building, which is R1 in the plans, which is on the corner of Ravenswood and Laurel, that doesn't have connectivity to Laurel at all. And then for the one closer to Linfield Oaks, the driveway that intersects with Laurel is ingress only. So you're only getting one-way traffic there. So in that way, from the entirety of the apartment buildings, the overwhelming majority will not have access to Laurel Street. So as I mentioned before, we talked about concerns with commercial space. To give you a little more detail on what that agreement is, it's a absolute maximum of 1 million square feet. That's inclusive of the SRI buildings. So while the SRI buildings, say all of them are still in place, which I think are about 280,000 square feet, our ability to build new would only be, you know, the remainder there, call it 720,000 square feet. Then when and if those buildings are, you know, redeployed to redeveloped, we would be able to get back to that. And I would also note it's a cap on commercial. So as you'll see in the current plan, we have an amenity building, right? That isn't really office space. It's food and beverage and it's fitness centers and it's conference centers. Those things still go into that cap. So it's not, the chances of it being 1 million square feet of office is pretty much zero. We talked about eliminating BSL-3 labs, and I think this is a point I made before, but it's really critical, particularly to me as a parent of someone in the school district. But this is a incredible opportunity to generate tax revenue with a great project. You know, for a number of reasons, Prop 13 and SRI's nonprofit status, the tax basis here has been incredibly low. This will trigger, Parkline will trigger a reassessment of both the land and the new improvements, which will be, you know, assessed at brand new building values. So we actually think we're being relatively conservative in the analysis you're looking at right now, but that would be a 40 multiple in terms of the revenue that's coming in today. And as you can see, we highlighted the commercial component because that is the biggest revenue generator. So At Planning Commission a month ago, the commission did recommend approval unanimously. But there was some really important discussion on housing element, RENA in general that I wanted to relay. One is that Parkline is being included in the housing element currently, but it's only our initial 400 units and our initial 15% affordable, which is 60 affordable units. So we're doing much better than that. There's surplus versus what you're carrying in the housing element, but we are being carried in the housing element. And what came out in that discussion with commission and staff and the city's housing consultant is that, that you have a valid housing element now, but in order to meet your final goals, this housing actually has to be completed in this RENA cycle, which ends in 2031. So our current timing, with everything going right, if we can get approved tonight and we can move quickly to the next stages, I think all those things together, our best case scenario is probably completing residential in early 2030. So there's not a tremendous amount of buffer. And again, that is contingent upon things going smoothly and us ultimately being able to get financing. And another thing that was discussed at length was, what is the impact of jobs, nearby jobs on RENA calculations? And the answer to that was they're judged regionally, and that region is defined by what jobs can you get to within a 30-minute drive or a 45-minute commute in alternative transportation. And what that yields, what that analysis yields today is that's a bucket of about 1.4 million jobs that goes into the Menlo Park analysis for what the RENA obligations are. So even if you put several thousand jobs on Parkline, it's a fraction of 1% of the ultimate job pool, which influence the RENA calculations as they're done currently. And then the other big thing we discussed was retail. I think, kind of universally, we heard from the commissioners, either in lieu of or in addition to the amenity building we have in the current plans, we want to see kind of more organic retail, more community serving, as opposed to, an amenity building with food that people can go into, but something that feels a lot more community friendly and, genuine organic retail, I think is how I would summarize it. And we're very much on board with that. We think that's, across the country and locally, that I think the projects that are succeeding have all those mixes. They have housing, they have open space, they have retail, they really have, they're activated and dynamic, and that's where we intend to go. So going back to what's in the housing element, again, our original is what's currently being carried in the city's housing element, which is 400 units, 60 of them affordable. We're obviously twice that in total units, but we're at 251 affordable. So we're 4 times more affordable units than what the current housing element assumes. And in terms of what's to come, we're obviously very eager to get this milestone tonight for many reasons, to keep the project going, to be able to execute on our contract with the church and maintain the plan of dedications and affordable housing we have now. But there's a lot of work to come. We'll have architectural review after this, which is not part of what you're approving tonight. Again, we plan to come in with a revised CDP to add housing. We don't know what that's going to look like yet, but we know we'll add more. And obviously you're protected by the cap on office square footage as well. But we're excited to keep this moving, but we really need to keep this moving, particularly not just for the life of the project for our sake, but for, trying to meet the city's goals and make that housing element timing. And I look forward to discussing and answering your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray, and thank you, Ms. Sandmeyer. Are there any clarifying questions from the council for either Mr. Murray or Ms. Sandmeyer? Vice Mayor Nash.
Hi, thank you very much for that presentation, and it was really interesting to look back historically at what has transpired. I just wanted a clarification on, you said completing residential in 2030. What numbers are you talking about? for completing the residential in 2030 if we get moving tonight?
Yeah, so I think the housing element requires that you complete these buildings. That's temporary certificate of occupancy, which basically means your apartment or that house, someone can legally go occupy it. So that's kind of that milestone you need to get to within 2031. So our goal is, hopefully have a project where all the housing units we're proposing and hopefully some future ones are meeting that goal.
So you're talking about perhaps all 800 units meeting that goal in 2030.
That's our goal. Yeah.
Terrific. Thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to open the public hearing. City Clerk Heron, how many public comment speakers do we have?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, we have 29 speakers. So this is the final call for any public comment on our public hearing on Parkline. If you're in person, go ahead, return that speaker card. Calling in, *9, virtually raise that hand feature now.
All right, we will limit public speaker comment time to 1 minute and 30 seconds per speaker. We will take public comment, and after public comment, we'll take a 5-minute break and then come back for council discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. All right. So we will start with our in-person speakers, start with Phil Barr and Roberta Alquist and then Jenny Michelle.
Again, thank you for allowing me to speak to the council tonight. And in a minute and a half, I'm going to distill it. I have 3 major points, but first I'd like to just say one of the things that I could do for the seniors is even a help desk at Belhaven or here on this side of town. There's just small things that will make a big difference. And the seniors like to see people in person, email if they want to email, but we are okay with text, but maybe not. So from there, as some of you know, I've been involved in the process here for a year and a half, or actually 4.5 years. And I'm an architect. I was a principal at one of the 10 most innovative design firms in the world. So I do speak from experience. And so 3 of the comments are, one, I've talked about bad design, and I have written all this down so you can read the detail of it, and I sent that earlier. And the design, you even look at this and it's like they're accentuating the housing, but it's 6-story building at Laurel. I don't think so. And I've talked to, or at the council meetings, I've wanted to meet with Mark and Lane Partners and never have been asked. Nothing has come to me. So I'm going to reach out to you this week so that we can talk. And second is the office space proposal. Be careful about looking at that, because what can happen with the 300,000 in the future? It's not clear. You could be very dangerously approving something. And then the third and most important point is do no harm. And that's, to me, for the community of Menlo Park, is the biggest concern that I have. And by do no harm, this project, even though the reduction of office space constitutes an increase for need for more Menlo Park housing units over and above 800. So by my calculations, in the future, that 300 could almost be like another 3,200 employees. So with that, dig into that a little bit. And even though I'm a housing advocate.
Mr. Barr, you're a minute over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Roberta Alquist, Jenny Michelle, and Frankie Ensler. Roberta, are you still within the chambers? Okay. Jenny Michelle, and then Frankie Ensler and Will Ausler.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and honorable staff, I'm Jenny Michelle, native and longtime resident of District 3, a commercial property manager by trade, and a recovering homeless teacher. Personal comments. I support the staff's recommendation to approve the master plan, one that has been in the entitlements process for like 5 years. This is a once-in-a-lifetime development opportunity, and our family could not be more thrilled. Our son will be at MA in a few short years, poised to enjoy the incredible community amenities just detailed. For the record, it is true. I called out the developer and owner for not adding in 1,700 housing units or more, given the size of the project is greater than the Willow Village project, and given the environmental justice considerations, we should always be fostering more housing at our transit resource and medical facilities, not less. But the truth is that my friends, neighbors, and colleagues fought the additional housing, and 800 units was the max they'd stomach in their backyard. And that was all the developer would push for, that we just heard. Note for all that housing program H4G is binding with the state and separate from this conversation, which must be west of El Camino. If you want to tackle the housing crisis, this is the egg on our face. The single family zoning that we have, all in red. So yes, let's move forward with the entitlements #celebration. Woohoo!
Next speaker is Frankie Ensler, followed by Will Ausler, and then Kristen Garcia.
Okay. Hello, council members, mayor, vice mayor, and staff. Thank you so much for giving me this time. I would just like to say that I'm very excited about the Parkline SRI campus project. It's especially meaningful to me because I bike to work, but to MA down Ravenswood pretty much every day. So I pass by this campus every day. And the idea that this space that currently to me is just kind of like an intermediary zone could be filled with life and housing is really exciting. And it's also important to me because as someone who's currently a substitute teacher and going back to school to become a teacher and would love to continue to be able to live in this neighborhood, this really represents an idea that I would have a place to live here in the future. So yes, just wanted to say I definitely support moving forward, and thank you so much for everybody's work on this project.
Next up is Will Ausler, followed by Kristen Gracia.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Will Ausler, District 3 resident. I serve on the Housing Commission, but tonight I'm speaking as a private resident. I strongly support this plan to redevelop the SRI campus. As a resident who lives very close to the site, I'm excited to see it take shape. I believe that Lane Partners planning and community engagement have been excellent. And to list just a few benefits of this project that I'm particularly excited about, it uses land that is today mostly vacant office and research space to produce around 800 new homes. Many of them are below market rate. It will preserve many heritage trees and add new community spaces where I look forward to walking my dog. It includes better bike and pedestrian connectivity, which is especially notable to me because so close to Menlo Atherton High, I see a lot of kids traveling around along Ravenswood and potentially intersecting with cars. At this point, we're more than 4 years into this process, and I think that to delay or reject this plan further would be throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I hope tonight that you'll approve the Parkline process. Thank you.
Next up is Kristen, followed by Sue, and then Luciana Yang.
Good evening, Mayor Coombs and Vice Mayor Nash, council members, and City Manager Murphy. So my name is Kristen Gracia, and I am a resident here in Menlo Park. I also proudly serve as the superintendent for the Menlo Park City School District. And as your local public school district serving preschool through 8th graders, we look forward to educating the students that eventually live at Parkline and gain access to the high-quality education that we so excitedly provide. Parkline has many planned benefits for our community and has been thoughtful in developing this plan. Mark Murray has been a great communicator, keeping our district in the loop and informed along the way, which we appreciate. As I express my support, I want to point out some of the ways this development will impact and support our local schools, including some effects we must consider as we move forward. So the 800 new homes will generate future MPCSD students and a potential need for expansion of our school capacity. The public recreation space for activities, yay, we very much need it, and it will support the physical health and well-being of our students. We absolutely love the accessible bike lanes and pedestrian pathways connecting key thoroughfares across the site, which are a priority as we always advocate for safe routes to school. And the property tax revenue from the site will benefit the community and help fund local public schools like MPCSD, who will be responsible for educating the students generated by this development. It's also important to note that property taxes only fund 2/3 of the district's expenditures. And as I mentioned, I'm here tonight to provide support and also continue to encourage the council to understand the needs of the school district when it comes to being able to serve the possibly hundreds of future students and families with capacity currently constrained to our 5 campuses. We're open to creative solutions and partnerships. I know recently you have been studying your early learning, and we just happen to be experts in that field. And so as a brainstorm, and we're open to brainstorming, there could be a future partnership. I'll stop there and just say that we thank you for your continued support and are greatly appreciative of your time and ongoing support of our schools. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sue, followed by Luciana Yang and Peter Lezak.
Thank you, Mayor Coombs and Council. And I usually talk too fast, and I think it might help today. I'm Sue from Burgess Classics, and I'm representing our homeowners. I've been there 21 years. I grew up in the area, and I rode my bike to Nativity School here. So I appreciate what we've been doing to try to make sure that we have this development and keep it safe for children and adults who are trying to use the paths. Thank you for reading my letter that I sent this weekend detailing the protections we've worked with SRI and Mark Murray over the years to ensure that the people closest to this massive project, we can mitigate some of the severity of it. Most of the things I was thrilled to see are in the CDR, and I've been assured that it's better than having it in the DA. So thank you. Thank you. There are a couple things that I didn't see on there yet. One is the insurance that the green space buffer that's behind our homes is maintained and isn't used for something like a pickleball court that was kicked around or offered at one point. It's meant to be security and a sound buffer. We'd also like to have a taller construction debris and sound screen, since they're going to be considerable. I mean, the length of constructions can be quite long. Many of us have not AC, so we have to leave our windows open, and it's better for the environment anyway. So having something much taller would really help, and especially people who are lung compromised like me. We'd also like to ensure that the parking garage that's right behind us, we're glad to see it's not going to be any bigger than the current building, but we do want to make sure that it's gated key card access to really ensure it's for office use only for security, and also to make sure that we don't have 24/7 noise, fumes, and usage. We also want to confirm, again, ingress only from Laurel into the apartment complex. And that's, again, to protect kids and pedestrians, that we don't have all that dumping right onto already gridlocked Laurel. And then also the thing I'm concerned about is the status of the bike path and pedestrian path. With the recent additions of PS&T, I think that there might be, the temptation to open that up to more street traffic. And we really need to keep to the promise that that is for bike and pedestrian only for safety. And then also what is going to happen is going to create an absolute cut through incredible traffic from Middlefield and Ravenswood as we have the inevitable gridlock. So please protect that for the sake of people who are trying to live and walk and bike here. I'd like to thank each of you for reading my letter, and these are kind of the things I didn't see in the CDP, but I think that pretty much covers it. Thank you. Oh gosh, sorry about the time.
Next speaker is Lucian Yang, Peter Lezak, and then Bob McDonald.
Hey there, my name is Lucian Yang. I've been a resident and homeowner in Menlo Park since 2018, and I'm here to ask you to support the Parkline proposal. I'm here because when I first moved to the Bay Area in 2014, I moved from Somerville, Massachusetts, which is not a town known for its cheap rent. And yet when I came here, I found that my space had cut in half, my rent had doubled. And I was really shocked when I looked out my window and I saw, these huge grassy lawns, and there was so much space. And after having lived here for a while, I find that the high cost of living and the high cost of housing really feels to me like it's an artificial problem. So I'm really here just to advocate for more housing and more units. I'd really like to see the Parkline proposal go through. Thank you for your time.
Next is Peter Lezak, Bob McDonald, and Cade Kennedy.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Pete Lezak. I represent the owners of the McCandless office buildings on Middlefield Road. My recent comment letter is the last letter in your package tonight, where I outlined some specific comments that we had relative to the CDP conditions. I want to thank city staff and lane partners, Mark Murray, for great communication through the process. We're still very concerned about impacts related to traffic and noise, particularly through our property. Our property has an easement for SRI's use just into the property, and instead is now being used as a public road through our property and past our driveway. We are very concerned about the amount of traffic and noise being created there, so I've added some conditions, some comments to your conditions, because we're supportive of the project. We just like to make sure that there's some protections for our tenants and our employees. Now, to be specific, we really appreciate that Lane Partners has reduced the amount of traffic by lowering the amount of office space square footage. We're concerned that that may be a little bit of a bait and switch, that they've lowered the square footage of the office space and are now going to switch that to being residential traffic. And so if that really is intended to reduce the community's concern relative to traffic, one way to counter that is to reduce the size of the parking garages. So I'd like to ask you to, through the CDP conditions, to reduce the height of the parking garages by 1 or possibly even 2 stories, because we feel like that would reduce the amount of traffic commensurate with the amount of square footage that the project has already reduced the office space. In addition, we'd like to see that there be no truck traffic during construction through our driveway access, which on the plans is called D Street. In addition, we're very concerned that that is our property, and now you're bringing significant traffic both in the short term and long term through our property. And we'd like to see lane partners in the project propose to do maintenance on that portion of the property, because it's still our property. It's not a city public street. You'll see in my comment, I've asked that there be some kind of a private maintenance agreement, something that would be fairly standard and be part of your long-term conditions. In addition to those things, we're very concerned about the construction noise, and we'd really like to see some kind of monitoring done during construction. This is a significant and unavoidable impact, and yet there's very little detail in the document to protect us from that. Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate that. Please see my comment letter. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Bob McDonald, followed by Cade Kennedy.
Good evening, Council. I'm Bob McDonald, and I'm here representing the members of the Christian Science Church at 201 Ravenswood. We continue to believe that the best outcome for our church and the citizens of Menlo Park is to see our property, as well as the rights we hold with SRI for the areas around our property, to be integrated into the Parkline project so the city can benefit from the additional housing, open space, and other features that this will enable. Approval by the City Council will move us closer to the successful completion of our formal purchase option agreement with Lane Partners, which continues to be the preference for the sale of our church property. Finally, I want to thank the City Planning Department for getting us to this important milestone. So thank you for all the work that went into this. Thank you.
Next up is Cade Kennedy, followed by Karen Grove, and then Davina Gentry.
Hello, Council. My name is Cade Kennedy. I'm the Director of Programs with Climate Resilient Communities. We're an environmental justice organization that works primarily in the Bellhaven neighborhood, in East Palo Alto, and in North Fair Oaks. I think I want to focus on the affirmatively furthering fair housing responsibility of the city. This Parkline site, SRI, is a great spot to build. I think it's incumbent upon us to do our best to maximize that opportunity. I think it's been clear that the Bellhaven neighborhood has stepped up to the plate and has delivered housing, and it's time for the rest of the city to do its part and ensure that all of our neighborhoods are chipping in equitably to provide the housing that we need across the city. I'm the type of person that is always going to be asking for more benefits, but this is an excellent proposal. It's building a lot of homes, 31% of which are affordable, and that is the benefit. Let's move forward with this project. Let's build the housing that we so badly need here in Menlo Park and throughout the Bay Area. And let's all chip in and continue to do our part to make that a reality. Thank y'all.
Karen Grove, followed by Davina Gentry.
Good evening. I'm Karen Grove. I live in Menlo Park, and I am speaking on behalf of Menlo Together and also myself. At Menlo Together, we envision a city that is integrated and diverse, multi-generational, and environmentally sustainable. We believe our city can and must build more homes across all levels of affordability, especially near transit and downtown services and parks in high opportunity neighborhoods, using all electric construction and with great access for pedestrians and bicyclists. So you won't be surprised that we enthusiastically support this proposal. And I just brought my visual display from many, many meetings ago and years ago of all the other people who support this project in Menlo Park. So we've been doing this for a long time. You've heard so much from the community. And so the discussion is like, it's been had, and I'm just really excited. I urge you to support the project tonight. And I just want to thank you and Lane Partners and SRI and the community for working so hard to make this project what it is today, and to make our community one in which people of all ages, incomes, and abilities can thrive. So on behalf of Menlo Together and all the people who work or live here or will one day work or live here, we urge you to approve the proposal tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Davina Gentry, followed by Alyssa Gurman, and then Paul Colecci.
Good evening. My name is Davina Gentry, and I'm a member of the Conservation Committee of the San Mateo County Bird Alliance. Our mission is to advocate for healthy habitats and ecosystems for birds. A recent American Bird Conservancy study confirms building collisions kill over 1 billion birds annually. We are concerned that item H in the requirements for bird-friendly design, page J-1.581 of the staff report, will allow the applicant to waive 2 provisions in the following list. A, no more than 10% of the facade surface area shall have non-bird-friendly glazing. B, bird-friendly glazing includes opaque glass covering the outside surface of clear glass with pattern, paned glass with fenestration, frit or etched patterns, and external screens over non-reflective glass. Highly reflective glass is not permitted. C, occupancy sensors or other switch control devices shall be installed on non-emergency lights and shall be programmed to shut off during non-work hours and between 10 p.m. and sunrise. D, placement of buildings shall avoid the potential funneling of flight paths towards a facade. E, glass skyways or walkways, freestanding glass walls, handrails, and transparent building corners shall not be allowed. F, transparent glass shall not be allowed at the roof lines of buildings, including in conjunction with roof decks, patios, and green roofs. G, use of rodenticides shall not be allowed. H, a project may receive a waiver from one or more of the items in A to F that I read above, subject to the submittal of a site-specific evaluation from a qualified biologist and review and approval by the Planning Commission. These provisions are essential to reduce the mortality from collisions of birds with buildings, which is one of the reasons the world has lost billions of birds. They should not be waived. Also, the requirement to obtain a report from a qualified biologist is meaningless unless the biologist is independent of the applicant and has the appropriate background to evaluate architectural design standards for bird safety. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alyssa Gurman, followed by Paul Kalachi, and then Pam Jones.
Hi, my name is Elisa Gurman. I grew up here in Menlo Park. I went to Laurel, Encinal, Hillview, and MA. But during high school, my family was priced out of the area. We couldn't afford enough bedrooms in the school district, so I split my time between sleeping on a couch in Menlo Park on school nights, as well as commuting back and forth from San Jose at times. Those were rough mornings, up to an hour in traffic. So housing, especially affordable housing in Menlo Park, is very personal to me. And the more I've learned about the Parkline project, the more supportive I've become. I can imagine myself and the people I grew up with having an affordable place to live. I can see all the uses of community and commercial spaces. And I know that so many MA students will have a safer walking path before and after school. 800 is a lot of homes. 31% affordable is double the required amount, and 1.6 acres donated to a nonprofit for housing is a great investment in this community. This development with these great features in this location is a great thing for this city. So please vote to support this motion and move forward with the Parkline development. I also want to add that as someone who's been to a lot of meetings like this, I'm really impressed with the amount of community engagement the developer has done and their actual responses to that. So yes.
Next speaker is Paul Kalachi, followed by Pam Jones, and then Athena Arokamos.
Good evening, council members. My name is Paul Kalachi. Many felt relieved when Lane Partners said it would reduce the office component of Parkline by 380,000 square feet. This would reduce job density by 1,600 workers, trips by 4,000 per day, and the housing deficit of the project by 800 units. But I was surprised to learn that the project approvals before you don't simply approve the housing and this office reduction that we all expect. Unfortunately, the approvals also allow Lane to demolish the remaining SRI labs that are not part of the project, recapture that square footage, and fold it back into the Parkline office footprint. This would restore Parkline office to nearly the same size as the office that Lane has promised to reduce. The difference is about 90,000 square feet. Many who say they support the project may not know they're endorsing a version of it that they don't want. If council wants to approve the publicly expected project with 800 units of housing and the 380,000 square foot office reduction, without future surprises, you have to modify these approvals. It's his choice. I urge you to do that. Please modify these approvals to just faithfully consider only the Parkline project expected by the public. Constrain the approvals to the project. Don't expand it to incorporate the non-project buildings on SRI that are not part of the original project. I advise you to let future councils review the redevelopment of remaining SRI buildings as a separate project when full information and impacts on those projects are known. Thank you, council members.
All right, next is Pam Jones, followed by Athena Arocomos and Peter Colby.
Good evening again. Pam Jones, resident of Bellhaven in Menlo Park. And I want to thank you all, particularly with Parkline, for getting this far along, because it's come an amazing way since this was first presented. And it really shows the amount of outreach that's been done, the support with Menlo Together, of course. I'm really doing outreach and educating our residents that we now have the local residents around the project that support it, which I think is really exciting for Menlo Park, especially with all of our history of zoning practices. And I also want to thank the staff for the work that they've done, because I know that they have spent a lot of overtime on this one. And so I urge you to adopt the resolutions, introduce the ordinances as outlined in the staff report, and move forward so we can actually have shovels in the ground sooner than later. Thank you.
Next speaker is Athena Irokamos, followed by Peter Colby, and then Zach A.
Hi, my name is Athena Irokamos. I'm a resident of Menlo Park, and I'm also a member of the Complete Streets Commission, which is not relevant here, but maybe. So I wanted to, first of all, express my strong support for all housing developments in Menlo Park, particularly this one, which seems like it's widely supported in the community and has done a great job of community outreach and addressing a lot of the concerns of the neighbors. What caught my eye, as I mentioned, I'm on the Complete Streets Commission, so I was looking at a lot of these bike lanes and things like that in this development. And what caught my eye was this Class 4 protected bike lane on Laurel, I think it is. And I thought that was a great idea, and I would love to see that expanded into maybe the city could take the opportunity to use that as a springboard for further expansion of Class 4 protected bike lanes in that area and on our safe routes to school. One thing that I have heard, I have not double checked the facts behind this, but that to have these kinds of Class 4 protected bike lanes, the city would need a mini street sweeper, which goes behind the protections in order to do the street sweeping. And if that's the case, then this would be having one for this sort of facility would open up all of the further protected bike lanes in the rest of the city. So I'll stop there, but thank you.
Next is Peter Colby, followed by Zachary A. and then Rob W.
Good evening. I'm a resident of Menlo Park. I've talked to you before. I'm just interested that the SRI, the owner of the land, it says here on the first page, they plan to continuous operations of SRI during construction. Now, I've been in church with several of the SRI people that are on their Hall of Fame, and they're no longer, some of them are no longer in this area. But I think that this is going to be totally disruptive to anything that SRI does on a daily basis. I do think that many of the SRI people are commuters on the public transportation. So I think a suggestion to reduce the size of the parking garage is a very meaningful consideration, that they don't need as many cars to get to work. The demolishing of all their nice buildings that are on the campus right now, something Paul Kalachi mentioned was that I guess they're trying to keep some of the buildings but not count them as the new construction of office space. So if you imagine this place here is about 1,000 square feet, they're talking a million. So 1,000 of these buildings, 1,000 of these spaces is what you're considering to create housing that would balance that. Henry Riggs sent a nice letter to the newspaper lately about a construction job and how they said, oh, the tax base is going to be so great, and made all the staff people drool because their pension plans, will be funded by these tax increases. Why would they shamefully put 40 times an increase in the tax basis on a person that owns their property where they're supposed to hold on to the property? They're not going to die and let it go. And like we're having a government shutdown, the Federal Reserve, moves the interest rate to keep the reserve stable. Well, if they have those expensive tax bases, then the people that buy those homes are going to pay a lot of tax. I calculated the townhomes, and they'll be about $4 million. So that's $40,000 a year tax.
Okay, and our next speaker will be Zachary A., followed by Rob W.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Thank you for having all of us this evening. My name is Zachary Engelmeyer. I'm speaking as a former resident, but also as a senior board member of Pathways for Kids, 27-year organization from San Francisco, encouraging that we provide better opportunities to our underserved community for students, provide them opportunity. But I'm also a circular economy expert and a founder of a company that's trying to make the inefficiencies in the world be reduced. Now, I have in the past advocated for Menlo Together, and this is one instance where I'm going to separate from them. I think affordable housing and housing in general is key to Menlo Park and key to the Bay Area. But this is just not how you do it. I have a background as well in architecture, and I think it's sort of unfortunate that that hasn't really been put at the forefront. The great innovation of the peninsula really just isn't being shown here. And I know it's been 4 years and a lot of back and forth, but there's never been a clear leader in this process. And I'm afraid it's time to stop. Approve the project in the sense that you're going to redevelop SRI, but start over and focus on it being a climate positive site that focuses really on housing and a balance between housing and living and working. And the only other thing I want to mention, I know I'm over time, is the cogeneration plant removal is not a good idea. There is not enough energy in North America, particularly in the Bay Area. I, in my own company, I'm already doing this, but there are others that are turning cogeneration plants into carbon negative plants, or that produce no negative effect, but would actually make more money for the community than the entirety of this current development proposes. Combine that with things like hydroponics, aquaponics, and you could actually create a miniature economy that would generate billions in revenue over the next decade. So I urge you to reconsider entirely. Thank you, and I would love to help.
Our next speaker will be Rob W., followed by Will.
Good evening. My name is Rob Wellington, and I live in Menlo Park with my wife and 2 boys who attend school at Laurel. This project needs to be approved. We need the new housing for our housing element to be successful and to avoid more builders remedy projects like Sunset. Also, reducing traffic requires building both housing and places to work near transit, which Parkline does both. Please approve this project as proposed and make it a reality tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Will, followed by James Simonson.
Hi, thank you for your time. Activating a site on mass transit is important to the community, to local businesses downtown, to our community at large. The benefits of this project have long been debated, and at the end of the day, one of the focuses at the start, it looks to be possibly coming to a reality, and that is the transportation to Hillview and conversely back to Menlo Atherton for a large number of students and dual income households. I think the mixed use project on rail with such a robust, affordable component really isn't anything that I've observed along the peninsula. And I appreciate everybody's efforts to date to make this a reality, and this council taking this on from previous councils to get to this point. So appreciate your support of the project. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be James Simonson, followed by Mark Doherty.
Good evening. My name is James Simonson. I'm a lifelong Menlo Park resident, currently living in District 3. I've got 3 kids in the Menlo Park School District. I strongly support the Parkline SRI project. I grew up on Menlo Oaks and have never actually walked into or on the SRI property. Having some community amenities and recreation space there would be excellent for me and my family. Of course, I also support the increase in property tax revenue from the site, which benefits community and schools. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Doherty, followed by Jordan Grimes.
Good evening. My name is Father Mark Doherty. I am both the President Rector of St. Patrick's Seminary and University on Middlefield Road and the pastor of Church of the Nativity on Oak Grove Avenue. And as an employer and community leader, I'm calling in this evening to give my strong and full support for this initiative. As many others have noted, we are in desperate need of more housing. It is very difficult to recruit and retain staff, teachers, for example, whether at Nativity Elementary School or here at the seminary. I've got a lot of school families at Nativity that have a difficult time getting their kids to school because they have to live so far away. The project also opens up all sorts of space on the SRI property for bike lanes and what have you, and that's also a very good thing. So I'm very, very supportive of this project and strongly encourage the council to approve it tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jordan Grimes, followed by Carolyn Shepard.
Good evening, Council. Honorable Mayor Jordan Grimes, State and Regional Resilience Manager with environmental organization Greenbelt Alliance and a lifelong San Mateo County resident. We are strongly supportive of this project and thrilled to see hundreds of new multifamily homes coming to Menlo Park, especially so many affordable homes, and especially in a part of the city that has seen very little new development over the last decade, while other parts of the city have had to unfairly shoulder that burden. In addition to helping make Menlo Park more affordable, you are also making a huge dent in your greenhouse gas emissions in a couple different ways. First, by ensuring those who work in Menlo Park can afford to live here, helping to cut down on super commutes, helping to cut down on people being forced to commute in from the Central Valley and beyond, but also by shutting down the natural gas cogeneration power plant on site. You're also getting more than 20 acres of open space on site, which is really fantastic, both for the community and for the environment. I think at the end of the day, this project is a boon for the climate, for the environment, for affordability, and for the community. This is the right project in the right place at the right time, and we urge you to advance it tonight. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Next up is Carol Shepard, followed by Paula Ariano.
Good evening. Okay, thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Carolyn Shepard, and I'm the president of Solutions for Supportive Homes. We're a nonprofit organization that represents parents supporting their adult children with mental health and emotional disabilities. And many of us are aging and worry about the future for our children. And so I am speaking tonight in support of the Parkline proposal. I guess a question I have for clarification is if Your definition of an inclusionary housing means inclusion of special needs populations, so that if your percentage of affordable would include the extremely low income population, which represents those with special needs. And if so, I would encourage you or stress really that it's important to have that on-site support services to ensure the success of these residents staying housed. This area and your presentation is a very positive and healthy environment with the park areas within the project as well as being near the transit and shopping. So it would be a wonderful site for residents with disabilities. So I look forward and support the development of this proposal.
All right, our next speaker will be Paulo Ariano Rosales, followed by Judith Asher.
Hello, members of the Menlo Park City Council. My name is Paola Arellano Rosales, and I'm the Community Engagement and Language Justice Lead with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo County. We work with communities and their leaders to produce and preserve quality, affordable homes. I first want to thank staff for their presentation and report. I'd also like to extend our appreciation to SRI and lane partners for their continued collaboration with your Menlo Park community. On behalf of HLC, I want to highlight that the SRI site is an ideal location. It's close to downtown Menlo Park, green spaces, and your city's Caltrain station. Having both jobs, whether retail or commercial, and homes in transit-rich areas like this reduces the need for driving and expands employment opportunities for your community members who rely on public transit. Less time spent commuting also means more time for health, family, and most importantly, community. A community where your children have a better chance to succeed in school, find good jobs, and eventually build their own strong families right here in Menlo Park. In addition, the proposed 1.6-acre land dedication to an affordable housing developer will allow for the creation of homes at the deepest levels of affordability, with much needed wraparound services for your city's most vulnerable community members. The SRR Parkland proposal is your opportunity to make a meaningful impact on your community. Don't let it pass you by. Thank you.
And our next speaker will be Judith Asher, followed by Adina Levin.
Hi, everybody. This is Judith Asher. I'm here with my husband. We are one of the original homeowners in Burgess Classics, and I'm going to turn it over to my husband. He has some questions.
We're generally supportive of the project and support the comments that Sue made from Burgess Classics, but we're extremely concerned that there's no automobile traffic on Burgess Drive off of Laurel going into the Parkline project. And please ensure that this plan excludes any automobile traffic going into that project. It's got a bike line, it's got a bike path and a pedestrian, which is all fine. Secondly, it's our understanding that SRI buildings P, S, and T have been added into the project of late, and they're called existing buildings. We'd like to ensure that those buildings stay as office buildings, and if there's any zoning changes to be made, that they have to come back to the city council to make any of that residential. This plan does not call for those to be anything but office buildings. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by Catherine Dumont.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and staff. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And it was really striking to hear in the presentation today that this development has been in the works for 5 years. So after many years of community outreach and listening to the community and the city council desire for more homes and affordable homes, the pedestrian and bike improvements to help people get across town, the sustainability features, the public space, and a lot of consideration about many different needs in the community. It is really very much time to approve this project and enable it to move forward, including homes that we need in our community. A couple of additional quick questions. I heard that the developers were okay with the suggestion for retail. I'm wondering, what the confidence is about that. It's a tough retail climate, and retail in new locations could be challenging if council wants to ask about that. Lastly, for the neighbor who is interested in the traffic impact for an office park, having a transportation management association that allows neighbors to buy in can help reduce overall traffic, including from an existing property. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Catherine Dumont, followed by Meryl Stone.
Good evening, Mayor Combs, Vice Mayor Nash, council, staff. Thank you for bringing this project so far. I've been following it as a resident of District 3 for several years now. And I'm speaking tonight, even though I'm on the Housing Commission, I'm speaking as an individual in support of the project. And I'm a senior and a renter, and I can see how desperately we need these new homes in Menlo Park. And I'm thrilled that the project will produce so many new homes at all income levels and the dedicated land for 100% affordable. And just to hope that we will not delay in moving forward, as we know that it will be at least 5 more years before we actually see a lot of housing. And every day we're losing community members who can't afford to live here. So I'm excited for the diversity that this project will bring. Thank you.
Next speaker will be Meryl Stone, followed by Patty F.
Hello, my name is Meryl Stone. I am a 25-year Bay Area resident living and raising my 3 young children in Menlo Park, and I wanted to express my support for this project. I believe that redevelopment is long overdue for this site, and this proposal and plan, which has been well honed over the last 5 years, will activate an area that has long been closed off to the public. I've also studied the plans with great interest and see that the mixed use is balanced and appropriate for the site. And I very much look forward to enjoying the site with my family in the future. Thank you, Mayor and Council, and to all involved.
And our next speaker is Patty F.
Hi, this is Patty Fry, a longtime member of resident of Menlo Park. I don't know what this project is. And there was a reduction in the amount of office space in August, which thrilled me because there would be thousands of more commuters coming into our community in a very challenged traffic area anyway. And now in the documents, we see that there's talk of having more housing, which I think is wonderful. I suggest that you consider the project that has been studied, which is 713,270 square feet of non-residential, including the amenity building and not including PS&T, the remaining SRI buildings, which were never part of the redevelopment project. They were just on site and the 1,800 housing units. And encourage link partners to come back with redevelopment ideas and additional housing and consider those at a separate time. What is in front of you has been studied 713,270 square feet, not 1 million square feet, and an unknown amount of housing. So just focus on what's been studied and go forward with that. Thank you.
All right, seeing no further hands or cards. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Heron. Let's take a break and we'll reconvene at 9:55. reconvene the council meeting now. And I will, as the deputy city attorney and the city clerk both separately reminded me, I will close the public hearing formally now and bring it back to the dais for city council discussion. So I'll just sort of kick it off at how I'm hoping to frame and approach this. There are lots of moving parts here, which is not necessarily new for a project of this size and complexity, but some of those parts aren't even firmly bolted down. So I think that there's a lot to work through or to get some sense of where the council is at. What I first want to do is just open it up to my colleagues to provide any general comments you would like about the project. And then I would want to, there is before us a staff report with a recommendation of how to proceed. And what I'd like to is for everyone to provide me with a list of the things that they would like to see differently than how it is outlined in the staff report or the staff recommendation. And so that could include something that's not there. Could include something that's there removed. And so the idea is to get that list of the changes council would like to see, and then work through those changes. Seeing no specific objection, so we'll proceed with that, and I'll just open it up to council members to provide general comments if they would like to about the project or general feedback.
Start. Happy to start. Well, first comment is deep appreciation to staff who have worked on this for many years and many cycles, and I think we're in a really good spot due to the hard work of staff and team. And then also just want to say I'm really impressed with Lane Partners and the amount of work that's gone into listening to the community. I would hope that other developers who hope to work with the city would take note of the process that you've run, and that we would hold many developers to the same standard of working with the community and compromise and getting to a really good spot. So my overall, and I also want to call out appreciation for working with the school district, which I also work closely with, and taking into account just various stakeholders. So maybe my opening comment is just appreciation for the teams that have worked on this, and I feel like we're in a really good place. So.
Any other general comments? And of course, it's not a requirement, but Councilmember Wise.
Thank you so much. So yes, I would like to echo the comments that have been made. This project is so exciting. It's so exciting to see it at this point. I'm so grateful to Lane Partners, both for answering all of our questions, but also being so flexible. Having double the number of housing units that we started with is just incredible. So on that note of housing, by far the largest question that I received was, again, the RENA numbers. I know you briefly touched on that, but I was wondering if we could have staff sort of really drill into that and explain what that means with this project specifically, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We have David Dosimo here from Kaiser Marston, and they prepared the housing needs assessment. So I'll let him respond to that.
So good evening. So over the course of my career, I've been asked several times to sort of opine as to how a specific project might impact the city's regional housing needs allocation. And in this case, of course, your allocation is set for 2023 to 2031. That's not going to change. But the question is, will it affect a future cycle? And it's difficult to say with any certainty or specificity, and that's because the method that's used to determine those allocations has changed every single time. And so we don't know what exact method might be used next time. The other uncertainty to it is that there's a set of projections that are used as the baseline data set to make those allocations. In this case, it's projections for the year 2050 as to what number of households Menlo Park will have in that year. And that's what was done for the 2023 to 2031 cycle. It'll be a future set of projections next time. And so we can't say for sure exactly how this project might play into those future projections. Assuming the methodology we have for the current cycle, and assuming there is some effect on those projections in the future if we take those assumptions into account, and just looking at the number of jobs with the project and what influence might that have or not have, just the way those jobs flow through that current methodology is it's based on jobs within a commute radius. So a 30-minute commute radius by car or a 45-minute commute radius by transit. And how that number of jobs within that commute shed for Menlo Park compares to other jurisdictions around the Bay Area. And if you happen to have more jobs within your commute radius, well, you could get bumped up. If you have fewer, bumped down, right? So that's the basic premise. Within that, just taking the auto commute as an example, there's 1.4 million roughly based on the projections for 2040 that are used in that allocation, and 1.4 million jobs roughly projected to be within that 30-minute auto commute. So the number of jobs that would be added by the project, I think it's roughly 2,700 in the office scenario. That's like 1 or 2% increase within that commute shed. Now, of course, it will also affect other jurisdictions' commute shed too. And the method is how do you compare to other jurisdictions? But all in all, even though it is a couple thousand jobs, isn't going to be a big effect on that particular factor in percentage terms, the way that methodology is currently or was used last time.
Thank you so much for that. So bottom line, we live in an area where we're lucky to have a lot of jobs. So 1.4 million within 45 minutes of this site. And so the addition of the couple thousand that the site will add is not going to make a huge difference, I guess. It sounds like in our next RENA cycle. Is that a good summary?
Yeah, and we kind of tested it, and it is, if the methodology were exactly the same, those jobs are very nominal influence, in fact.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. A second question, probably the second most asked question I received was around the traffic. So this isn't really a question I have for staff, but more just seeing this area and knowing that all of these other sites are coming online, such as USGS. I would just ask staff to be as proactive as possible and mitigating traffic and all of that for this corridor. Additionally, I know there's going to be a lot of bike paths on the SRI site. I would encourage the developer to also, if it would be helpful, to reach out to our Complete Streets Commission. They're very dedicated residents who care a lot about this issue, and I just want to make sure that it's as safe as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Wise. Anyone else want to provide just some initial, oh, sorry, Vice Mayor Nash.
Thank you. So just following up on that about the housing needs assessment and the RENA numbers, I guess well, first of all, if 2,700 employees for 1 million square feet means it's about 370 square feet per employee, which I think is quite generous for what we typically see in office developments. Could you speak to that, please?
Yeah, I think looking at the numbers we had in the EIR, we had 1 employee per 250 square feet for office, and then 1 employee for 350 square feet for research and development.
So that's how I'm wondering how we got to 370 square feet. Although perhaps that's because some of it will be, anyway, I'm puzzled by the numbers. I guess I'm also, given that not all of our neighbors have the same RENA requirements, it seems that there definitely is some effect of having a lot of jobs in Menlo Park. Is that, so I don't want to go into this very far. I'm just sort of puzzled by some of the comments.
So to respond to the job effect on RENA comment first. So yes, it certainly is a factor, the jobs. It's just the influence of a particular project on the total, on the margins is not that material, but the fact that you have over 1 million jobs within commute distance is certainly material to that RENA figure. And then to respond to the first part of your question about where the job counts come from. So the total I cited earlier for the office scenario, that's 2,335 jobs is sort of the exact number there. And it's 2,000, the way we get to that number is 2,685 jobs in the office component of the project, not including the existing SRI buildings. So I think that's the 700,000 roughly. And that is at the 250 square feet per employee. And then we have additional employees associated with the rental housing, the commercial amenities. And then we subtract from that total 400 jobs that are the net decrease in existing employment. And so that's how we start with a bigger number and go down by 400 jobs, is the net decrease in SRI employment on the site that gets netted out.
And so we would actually, that 2,700 job figure actually increases because of PS&T being included now, since you were saying that it was, I believe you just said that it was lower because that was not included?
The 2,685 jobs is exclusive of PS&T. PS&T is part of the jobs that are retained on site that exist today, right? Total, there's about 1,100 jobs on the site today. 700 jobs roughly would leave the site. Excuse me, I'm flipping it. I'm sorry. So there's what is it?
700 stay at PS.
700 stay at PS&T. There's 1,100 today. So there's a 400 net decrease. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other general comment?
Just one, I wanted to double check this as well. So you said 45 minutes by public transit, because I was struggling with that, the size of that number, but so I just looked that up quickly. So that's Redwood City, San Mateo, South San Francisco, Palo Alto, Mountain View, and Sunnyvale, all of which are substantial cities. So that's, as I've learned more about RENA as well, I thought it was jobs in Menlo Park, but the reason this is such a small percentage of that number is those are major employment cities all within that 45-minute radius. Is that?
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think that's a fair call. I think a lot of us have been struggling with the reading calculations. I would say though, you don't get to the bigger unless you start with the smaller, like, right? And so at some point it has to have an impact, like, right? Because if every small thing never had an impact, then nothing would ever have an impact. And so I think that's the challenge. And I think to the issue, I think the Vice Mayor was getting to, and again, obviously there are other calculations that go into the RENA numbers, but if it were if like the base calculation of the job population was the same across this larger 45-minute region or area, then at least that portion would seem to be the same across all of the cities or communities. And I don't know, it just seems it's something with a lot of variables, and I understand, and multiple people have explained it to me that, like, oh, the impacts here aren't just to Menlo Park, but not that means that we shouldn't take into account even if they're not just to Menlo Park, but it kind of is a little hard to believe, even if it is the truth, to be honest. So I'll also just say just some general comments, and then we can get into the things that people would like to see. I remember my first introduction serving in Menlo Park government was as a member of the Bike Commission. It was 12 years ago, a dozen years ago. And I remember a presentation in one of those early meetings about redeveloping SRI. And so it has been, and obviously that development, and I think all the people associated with that have moved on, and that didn't happen. And so now we're here like a dozen years later talking about another development for SRI. I have had my comments about the development, which have been recorded, and I won't revisit them, but this is measurably better than that development. And so it is exciting that we've gotten to this threshold with regards to this proposal. And I think a lot of us are of the opinion that it is a very much underutilized set of parcels at the center of our community, and it's exciting to see it being put to better use in the future. Even though, again, I think the impacts of that better use is certainly something that I think we need to think about critically, and which we will discuss. And so just wanted to provide that general comment. And now, again, as I said, the staff report has a recommendation and lots of components to it. And what I'd like to sort of pull my colleagues on is to just start a list of the things that they think are missing that they would like to see in that recommendation, or any ultimate council approval of the project, or if you would like to not see the project approved under any circumstances, you certainly should share that opinion too. And then we can go from there to see of those elements or changes, like, is there some consensus for the inclusion or adoption of them into a final approval? Okay, I'll go. One of the things that I would like to see is the actual clarity as it relates to the non-residential development size. As you've likely seen in the emails to the city council and some of the public comment here, I think we don't know whether we're talking about a roughly 700,000 square foot office project or a 1 million square foot office project. there is a distinction. That's not even small. Like, right? That's not the arena numbers. That's a substantive percentage difference. I have a preference for like anchoring around the 700,000 square feet, because I know, as far as development potential, because I know exactly where that exists within the project. If you, and I'll let you say, if you say you need 1 million, then I don't know where that other 300,000 is. And so someone would have to educate me and provide me clarity on where that exists exactly. Does that go to the new buildings? Does that then represent, and again, we're talking about new development, like, right? Because you can refurbish PSNT and that's totally fine. We're not talking about refurbishing it, making it look nicer. We're talking about knocking it down. And so, and are you saying that you would get that 300,000 back at PSNT, or making the new projects denser? And so that's one thing. And then this possibility of PSNT being a site exclusive for residential is also something that I'd like to have my colleagues talk about, get some feedback from the developer or the applicant here to get some sense of where they see that as an issue. So those are the two things from me: the development size and getting some firmness there, and PSNT and how that looks as far as future development. So those are two. Are there any other items that people, whether it's having to do with retail, access, any other things that you want to make sure that we, and at this point, we're just sort of listing it out, and then we'll go through them.
Yeah, I agree with both of what the mayor said. I think I have a sense of it, but it would be good to hear it out loud. The other thing, and Mark and I have discussed this as well. I don't know exactly where to capture it, but given the number, this is my district. I hear about these projects a lot, and so I think what I would appreciate being able to figure out is how we can somehow maybe memorialize a loose agreement where Cyrus and USGS seems to be very collaborative and cooperative with Mark and Lane, talking about, looking at retail kind of as two partners along that same corridor. And what would that look like? It's not a commitment to do anything specific, but just, because there's so much development in a short stretch, have discussions that happen, whether they're facilitated by the city or not. And the same with traffic. So traffic and retail, I would just love to see more of a collaborative way of doing that, because those sites are adjacent. And I know the green space is already under development with both projects. So that feels like it's already happening organically, but I would love to see traffic and retail. And then as a call out for traffic, just doubling down on safe routes to school and Kristen's comments about, I think we've all seen what's been happening with some of the multimodal transportation. So to me, I'd just like to figure out a way to memorialize that a little bit more. And I know there's openness on both sides to that. So thanks.
And so just pushing on the traffic, so with the traffic that I heard was specifically as it relates to vehicular access to Laurel and the impacts there. Would you want to see some substantive change to how it is proposed in the plan?
Not
or just discussion? Okay, so
I think because these developments are right next to each other and we often do things kind of one at a time, it would just be good to have the two development teams in communication with each other openly about what and with the city, of course, about what that could look like. Now, it may keep Mark's plan exactly as is, but I think with Cyrus's plan, it would be good to make sure those are harmonized. So it's more about the organic nature of the area that's impacted. No specific changes at this point.
and to be clear with Cyrus, you're referring to Presidio Bay, who is
Apologies, yeah.
the owner of
US.
the newly minted owner of the USGS.
Yes,
campus.
apologies, yeah, that's.
No worries at all. And then so you wouldn't want to just, so traffic, no, just general discussion. In retail, no particular additional requirements or square footage, just sort of a direction or guidance that this is something that the council would like to see.
Just collaboratively together, because the sites are next to each other,
Mhm.
I think it just makes sense to have open lines of dialogue between the city and the two development teams as much as those are useful. So that's really what I'm highlighting.
Okay, and just so I was just going to go through some of the things I heard in public comment. The idea of like sort of like gated key card access for the parking garage. Is that something anyone wants to explore or talk in any great detail about? No. Taller construction screen, green buffer space. Is that anything that anyone thinks needs to be spelled out in any greater detail? Again, I just want to, I'm going through some of the things I heard in public comment, so just want to make sure we're, okay. And so then is there anything that a council member would like to see added or to the development group for us to talk about?
Yes, so I would like to see us talk about the dark skies standard
Oh, yeah.
and the bird safe design standards. And also more generally, which I'm not sure now is the right time, but citywide BSL-3 and BSL-4 prohibition. And I agree with the comments that you've made.
Yeah. Okay. So right now we're going to talk about PS&T. We're going to talk about 700,000 versus $1 million. We're going to talk about dark skies and bird safe features and the level 3, level 4 prohibition. Anything else? Okay. So which ones of those should we start with? Let's start with the dark skies and bird safe features. let's work our way in. I am again, I know that the city doesn't have any specific like memorialized design standards as it relates to dark skies and specific bird safe features. I know in some cases the bird safe features can be very expensive, but very much interested in seeing where the council is at. I would certainly, as it relates to some of the dark skies measures, would be supportive of that. Like, right, how, again, like I said, there's no specific city policy as it relates to that. Yeah. Do you want to?
I'd like to hear what Lane Partners says about dark skies and the bird safe features.
So I'm not intimately familiar with the dark skies, but I get it at the conceptual level, and I think that's something we're very open to. It's probably a better environment for our residents as well. As far as bird safe design, it's something we're familiar with and we've done in the past. We're not at the architectural stage right now, so you have to design the building before you know what kind of the measures for that are. But it is something, we're familiar with.
And there is some in the agreement right now, but there's that waiver that was brought up. I honestly don't know exactly how to address it at this point, just other than certainly I'm interested in bird safe design and not having important portions of it waived out.
Understood. Yeah, we have to, our request would be to tackle this at architectural review when we have architecture, and you'll understand what potential impacts, like the way the building is designed can indicate where and what type of, bird protective features you need. We don't have the information. So I would ask that it's kind of judged holistically at the time we have that information and have that design. But we understand the concern.
So I'm wondering if there's any need to address the fact that there's a waiver option. Is that something that's standard? Is it something, please?
Yeah, so that section is from the draft C1S zoning district. And that bird safety section is the same as what we have in the Bayfront zoning districts and updates to zoning districts through the housing element. So they all have those same provisions and that option for a waiver that would be reviewed by a biologist, and then the planning commission would review the request and the biologist's report.
And I guess my question is, even though it is, has been used a lot, is it appropriate to have that waiver, or how does that really affect a project?
Yeah. And the waiver has been used a lot, what we're saying. Oh, has it? Yeah. Or has it not? Have other projects adhered to those standards that we do have?
I believe some projects have used the waiver. But I think from our point of view, it makes sense to be consistent with the new zoning districts and have the same bird safe regulations.
And if I may expand on that. So the waiver process does require, as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, a qualified biologist to evaluate the waiver request. And as part of that, staff would evaluate the document that an alternative is proposed or that the project wouldn't have an impact on birds. Those provisions that are in there are, city's typical provisions that have been carried over, as Ms. Sandmeyer mentioned, from Bayfront districts, which were rezoned in 2016 to other districts. I think the key thing is that that process is discretionary and ultimately requires a use permit for the Planning Commission to review and act on. And through that process, there is a staff evaluation, there is a qualified biologist evaluation. And when we have seen waivers, we've looked for alternatives to get to the same safety levels for birds with those alternative measures. So the alternative, or the use permit, I should say, for the waiver is really meant to provide flexibility for applicants and developers to effectively meet the goals or the standards for the bird-friendly design in unique or alternate ways that work for that project. So not every standard can work for every project. So that's where the waiver request is generally appropriate to give that flexibility, if that helps.
Thank you.
Okay, and so then, okay, so there are some provisions as it relates to bird safety, but the dark skies is there's nothing on the books there, correct? Or
well, so in the project description in the EIR, there is some information on how light spillover and that sort of thing would be minimized as much as possible. And that information came from the applicant and is documented in the EIR project description. There was also a memo that's part of the EIR appendix on the aesthetics and shadow evaluation, and that kind of looked at those impacts as well. And I think mainly the conclusion is that there's already the impact there wouldn't be much of a change, especially with modern light performance standards set by LEED that the proposed project would adhere to, that the current buildings do not.
Thank you. So I don't know anything about this generally, or specifically. So I'm reading from Naomi Goodman's email, CCIN email, and it's saying that all lighting, including street and pathway lighting, should adhere to dark sky guidelines. Only on when needed, only light the area that needs it, no brighter than necessary, minimize blue light emissions, correlated color temperature of 2700 kelvins or less, and then eliminate upward directed light. Those seem reasonable. Is that something that we can incorporate in? Is it something that already is incorporated in, or how can we handle that?
Yeah, it's not incorporated as a specific condition. I think, like I mentioned, there's some information in the project description in the EIR about focusing on lighting that doesn't spill over, such as, not having upcast lighting and that sort of thing. But it doesn't have specific regulations.
I guess I'm wondering if we have council consensus, can we add that?
Yeah, I think something like that could be added.
Yeah, I would think, I mean, obviously we can't, we're not looking at actual lighting fixtures specifically, but it would just be general direction. Like I could, asking to adhere to kind of dark sky principles, guidelines, where as appropriate and as much as possible. Is that,
Yeah, I think that's something that could also be included as a design standard. We have the design standards that are part of the conditional development permit.
okay.
So it might fit in there.
So then let's move on to the BSL levels with the vice mayor. Chime in. No, you go.
So I don't know that that's really part of this discussion, given that Lane Partners has already agreed to it, but I would like to see if we can have some sort of citywide prohibition of BSL-3 and BSL-4 labs. I'm specifically thinking of the Bayfront area, if there's anything there that would, and for future,
and
obviously future.
We're looking at you, but we really are looking at the city manager, just but okay. Right. I did want to, because we did, and I guess this is for the developer. Councilmember Schmidt talked about future partnership between your property or you and the developers of the USGS campus, but we had another neighbor come and make a public comment tonight, where it seems as though the partnership is not as rosy. And there was concern from some of the properties on Middlefield about like the access easement. Is there interest from, I guess, just putting it out there from council, because it came up, addressing that in some way? Do we feel that that's something that we need to discuss and come to some conclusion on, or not? Yeah, you can, if you want to provide some comment on that.
So are we speaking in just to make sure I understand the question, in relation to Presidio Bay at the USGS site?
No, I think it's McCandless.
Yeah, the Middlefield property owners who made a public comment expressing some concern about usage of the road or access adjacent to their property, and the additional traffic, the noise that would represent.
Sure. So we've already made commitments to them. I think it's one of the mitigation efforts in the EIR, but we'll be having like a protective sound wall on their property line throughout construction. As it relates to D Street, which was mentioned, that McCandless property was actually sold off by SRI. I think it was like in the late 70s, and SRI retained access to have road access to Middlefield Avenue. And then I think there's also a city public utility easement there as well. So our understanding is we have legal rights to do everything we're planning to do with Parkline. That being said, we still plan to be a good neighbor. If we can divert more truck trips to Ravenswood instead of Middlefield, we'd obviously try to do that. That might not be great for the people on Marcusson and Pine, right? So we'll do our best to kind of balance that project. I've met with the representatives of McCandless multiple times. We gave them assurances I've been very accessible to them. We will continue to try to be a good neighbor. On that particular access point, SRI retained those rights to use that for traffic. I think what they're saying is, and this is the deal that currently is, like, SRI has the right to use it. They have no obligation to maintain it. So I think we'd like to have discussions with them, but we would be, very open-minded about we're putting in new roads. We would actually maybe want the ability to maintain that to make sure it's in kind of the Class A condition we want the rest of the project to be in all the time. But that's I think the best accurate answer I can give.
Okay, well then, that brings us to the two things that I called out, which are the 700,000 versus the million, and PS&T and the future development there. And so, well, here, I know I share my thoughts. I didn't know if anyone on council wanted to share their thoughts before we hear from Mr. Murray on this, or we want just to hear from Mr. Murray to dive in.
Sounds good. So just to reiterate, until 6 or 7 weeks ago, we were 1.38 million square feet. And that was inclusive of 1.1 million square feet of new product and the existing buildings of around 280,000 square feet. Again, to make a concession to make the community more comfortable, the total amount of commercial square footage, this is what we're proposing is under no circumstances at any time can commercial square footage exceed 1 million square feet. So when the time the PS&T buildings still exist, or let's say all of them still exist, you can only build, I think that's where that 713,000 foot number come from. But the idea is that the SRI buildings are not meant to be super long-term buildings. They're meant to, take care of SRI for the near future, but they'd ultimately like to be in a new building if they can and economics allow. So we expect to have development rights of up to 1 million square feet. So when the PS&T building go away, then we would get that back in, but you would never be able to exceed 1 million square feet. So at 700,000 and change, while PS&T are there, then it could be 1 million later. As far as the parcels themselves, what you can do on them, I think it's a really bad idea to restrict one to do something, one to do the other, because ultimately we're going to try to look at this project again at our day 2 and have the most cohesive, good-looking project, and don't want to be bound by sort of artificial barriers within our site that like, hey, you can do this here, you can't do this here. That's not going to yield the best result for the city. I don't think it's going to yield the best result in terms of efficiency. One of our goals, we're not ready to kind of tell you what we're doing for phase 2 because we don't know what we're doing for phase 2, but at a conceptual level, the concept would be that we're not only taking the square footage down, we're going to try to condense the amount of land area that's going to commercial square footage and free up more land area to come back and add more housing. So that's the intent with number 2. But ultimately, we have to stay, we had this conversation somewhat back in May, but, we have a hole in the pro forma by virtue of dialing the commercial back by 380,000 square feet. Taking it to 700, I think really endangers the feasibility of the financeability of the project. Because at the end of the day, we have over $100 million of costs in this project before you get to the place where you have, normal development would begin. We're doing all new roads around the site. We're doing a way over 1 million square feet of demolition of old buildings, which require incredibly expensive abatement. Grading the site, putting in utilities, decommissioning and getting rid of a cogeneration plant. This is incredibly costly stuff that just gets you to the point to go forward. Like for instance, those apartment buildings, even if both apartment buildings are ready to go forward, which is 600 units, that's a meaningful amount of development. They would not be able to carry that cost as a standalone. You need a critical mass of value on the site for this project to go forward and any one component of this project to be able to go forward. And we're concerned reducing the commercial even further than we've already agreed to reduce it just in the last couple of months, puts you in that danger zone.
Making sure I understand though, like, let's say you get the approval tonight as it is outlined in the staff report. Okay. You could only develop 713,000 or roughly 700,000 of new commercial square footage, right? Another thing would have to happen for you to unlock that million. And that would be the demolition of PS&T.
Correct. That's correct. Yeah. So while PS&T are there, we're capped at 700. When they're gone, we would theoretically be capped at 1 million. But I also want to add, and this is important, we have 1 million square feet of total commercial development. That's the cap, not office space. So anything that becomes amenity, we do intend to add retail. We will not end up with 1 million square feet. It'll probably be, 950 is the absolute maximum, and probably less than that, depending on how we amenitize and run a retail program.
But we here could also separate that out, like, right, the amenity space and retail, we could say, hey, that's, we could give you a lot of room on that, but then switching to the office, again, whereas there is the most concern about the impacts, to sort of, to your point, to not constrain you and force you to use like office space for other commercial usages, specifically like retail or some amenity space. I'm just trying to make sure, because it's roughly 300,000 square foot, so it's a decent amount, like, right? And the approval here, like, sort of, if you get the approval, it leaves in some question though where that actually is going to exist on the site. And again, I know it's a campus, but that's a meaningful thing to like not have clarity. And is it additional density for the new spaces? Is it something else? It's just, I don't know that I know, and that I could share that certainty with residents.
So again, to go back to the oversimplified stuff, which doesn't solve it, but there can never be more than 1 million square feet of commercial on the site. What we intend to do with our phase 2 plan is to show you where everything's going to go over time, right? So if building P is there, we would show a plan that says, well, when building P goes down, this is what will go there. It will actually include the phasing and whenever that happens. So you'll be approving a holistic project. You see everything that's going to come, as opposed to we're going to have a bunch of development rights and then tear down P and do something you don't like. That would be approved, hopefully approved in that CDP resubmittal. So there is no question of what happens when this happens. You'll get to see the entire, 10-year plan or whatever you want to call it.
I'll get to see it. Do I get to say no to it? No. If I say yes tonight, I mean, that's to me, that's not.
Yeah, it would be so.
Or not me, I won't be here.
But
some future council.
We have vested rights. We would have vested rights if we're approved tonight to do a certain amount of commercial. We still have the zoning standards. We have architectural review. So yes, Planning Commission would certainly have a right to say no to it or recommend no, and then it comes up to City Council. But there's a lot more review to go, because we're not just taking the project that's in front of you and going to architectural review. We're actually going to have a revised CDP, which I imagine
Yes.
99%. Yes.
Yeah.
That's actually what worries me.
Can we jump in here? So, there will be a requirement for a revised CDP that comes back to the Planning Commission and the council for review and approval. It has to certainly be consistent, and it will be subject to CEQA review as well. So it's not a blank check that you're writing tonight, but they do have the ability to say, okay, yeah, we can come back to you and present this. But what that is, they don't know, and obviously you don't know, and we're not going to ask you to approve something you don't know. So you do have the discretion to say, no, Mark, that's not satisfactory. We want to see something a bit different. So it's...
In terms of scale, the site plan you see in front of you right now, again, is 280,000 feet in PS&T, and you're seeing 1.1 million square feet in those buildings in the site plan. So that is bigger than anything we would come back with in terms of visuals. But to City Attorney's point, like, this will be a full review.
Can you explain to me what, knowing now that you've got the 1 million square feet versus knowing that you get 713 square feet and you've got those buildings, that you can come back and get approval for? What is the difference to you? Because there's obviously a difference to us as far as the uncertainty.
Well, we would be showing you the certainty with that CDP revision, right? We have to come back. The goal would be to add housing, but then showing exactly what the office looks like, exactly where it's going to go, whether it's waiting for the P building to be removed or whether housing's going there and then the building.
But why couldn't you do that either way? Why couldn't you do that knowing if you have the 713,000 square feet and you know you have PS&T?
Oh, we will be showing either way, right? To give you one example, the P building's not coming down for 5 years when we're coming back, but we know it's coming down in 5 years. So you will see a site plan that shows here's with P. When P goes away, here's what goes there. So you're approving the entire development, but it may be phased, right? We may say the T building's going away in 2 years. Here's some houses that go there. P building's going away in 5 years. These are made up numbers, to be clear. We have no sense of the timeline. And this is what we propose to go there. And then you can say yes, no, or change this, but that's the concept. So you will see where every square foot of new development is eventually going to go, whether it's day one or whether it's waiting for an older building to be removed. But you'll see the entire plan in its entirety for everything that will be added to it. Does that make sense?
So I'll try to ask the question or get to, I think, the distinction the Vice Mayor is trying to, and she can tell me whether I've gotten it wrong or right or not. Let's say you get your approval tonight. What can you do tomorrow that you can't do right now?
Continue paying for the project and proceed.
Okay.
Literally.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I'm just curious what the worry is. I mean, because I understand the CDP is our control point or our choke point or whatever we want to call it. Not us, clearly. I think most of us will have long since ridden off into the sunset. But I guess the question I have around that is our concern that all of a sudden there are going to be 3 more towers in each of these lots for PS&T, each with 100,000 square feet? I mean, is that what we're trying to prevent? And if that is what we're trying to prevent, then I'm assuming based on what staff said and what Mark is saying is we will have future councils will have a lot of control over that. We're not approving random develop whatever you want type of a project by adding that extra square footage in. It just gives you more assurance that you can proceed with phase 2 and phase 3, but it'll still have a lot of control from future councils. So I'm just not sure what the real concern is by going ahead and adding a little more certainty.
The concern is that I think the lack of certainty about what the project fully is or has the possibility to be. And so the concern, I don't know what to I don't know if I can formulate my concern because I don't know the world of possibilities. It's here. And so one of the ways I'm trying to address that is if I shrink what the possibilities are in some way, I become more comfortable with the uncertainty. Because then I can go to residents and say, well, there is this ambiguity of which I'm not clear about, where is the density at on the parcel, but I can say that we shrink or we reduce the office, and so as a way of providing some certainty or some greater clarity. Yeah, please.
Hi. So Frank Petrilli, I'm a land use lawyer. I've been involved in Menlo Park projects for a long time. Been on this project for for a long time too. So I think what we can say is, or maybe this is a different way of explaining it because I get that it's confusing. So as of, call it May, July, what we were asking for was 800 units of housing. PS&T stay, right? So SRI consolidates into those buildings. And then we have the right to build 1.1 million square feet of new replacement stuff. What we're providing certainty on is that we will never do more than what we've shown sort of historically, what we've evaluated over the last 3-4 years. So those 5 office buildings, the 3 parking decks, that's 1.1 million square feet. We're telling you we'll never come in with that amount. So it's not going to look like those 5 office buildings. It's going to be less. I'm not sure if that helps in terms of sort of reframing things a little bit, because from our standpoint, the desire is to, and in terms of what we've negotiated with the DA and the city attorney and Mike can help explain that too, is to create a framework where we are saying we think we can make this work with less office. We do want to come back with more housing. We do not have time to go through like a lengthy design exercise to show you how those 5 office buildings shrink. So if you can give us certainty in terms of like a predictable process when we come back, we will give you certainty that we will never do, like if and when PS&T go away, more than 1 million square feet. So stated differently, it's
No, I think I think I'm clear on that. And I know that is a reduction. What I'm asking is for you to go down more.
Right.
So that's or at least what I am proposing. What I've asked for you guys to respond with, and which you have responded, I appreciate, is why not go down more? Like, right, again, if I'm looking at it from the feedback that I get from the community, it is that of the uses that exist in the world, the one that seems to me least desirable to residents of Menlo Park, like, is office. And so, again, this is an office, amenity space, retail, housing, and so I think that's what I'm pushing on.
And that's more of a question for Mark.
Yeah.
Sure, and I appreciate that. And again, we are still struggling with the concept of, financeability of the project.
Yeah.
That's why we made this concession. It wasn't because we thought we prefer doing this to the one we've been processing for 4 years. But I believe the baseline zoning for the project, not Parkline, what we've gone through, is like 820,000 square feet. So that's what the city intended for this site. And you do that, you're not supposed to be paying any community benefits and things like that, right? Or having to add housing and things like that. So we expect it to be above that. Or this process we don't look very smart for that, but also, again, the primary concern is making this happen. Like this, we don't want this to turn into a project where, we're promising all these things to get approved, but then we also don't have confidence in it going through. Again, I think the better way to phrase it, because this doesn't harm us as much, but we're pretty confident we're going to do a lot of amenity space and a lot of retail space here. So a lot would be like 75,000 square feet. So I think we'd be fine saying, yeah, you have 1 million of commercial, but in no circumstances can more than 925,000 square feet of that be office. But that is something I think we can do without feeling like we're losing a ton of value and endangering the project and community benefits.
Could I hear from the city attorney's office or planning staff, anyway, from the city, as far as how do you see the difference between upfront having the 1 million square feet versus having the 713 plus, knowing that in the future there's the PS&T building for the additional? In other words, it still is 1 million square feet, but it's just more like phasing it. Can you help me understand the difference? Because I'm certainly hearing it loud and clear from the,
I'm not sure I
Go ahead.
understand your question. So,
well, I guess my question is, can you give me some reason why that, well, if we were to say 713,000 square feet tonight rather than the million, how would the process be different than if we said 1,000,000 square feet tonight?
well, it
But
depends.
realizing that, I'm sorry, one more piece of it, realizing that everyone understands that the PS&T is the difference and is still out there, is still owned by, is still in the lane partner development space. And so realizing that they would presumably be coming back at some point, but doing it as two-step rather than a one-step.
It's the same thing. Yeah, that's it. And then the modified. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, sorry for all the for all the sidebar.
Yeah, no apology needed at all.
Yeah, I think it's just, you're just really restating it in a different way. It's 713 and 287 in PS&T, as opposed to 1,000,000 inclusive of PS&T.
Just a quick observation, because I'm trying to get my head around as well. It feels like we're maybe not having the real conversation underneath the conversation, which is, I'm talking to the same 5 residents that you are that want to hear that the real number for office is going to be the 713. And I think what Mark is saying, in all honesty, is there could be a couple 100,000 extra, could be more like 915 or 9 whatever, they just don't know yet. So I think what we're struggling with is to juggle some numbers when in reality residents want us to, they don't want any future office, right? That 300,000 is because what he's clearly saying is he needs the flexibility to potentially add office as part of that. And what residents are saying is they don't want any more office.
And it's a lot more than 5. If you've read the CCIN, there's a lot of people saying that.
No, I just meant there's a core group that's sort of
And I mean,
pushing that, but so, yeah.
The initial project was 1.38 million inclusive of PS&T. And so what they have offered up in response to the council meeting here on the special meeting we had is now 1,000,000. So they've gone down 380,000 square feet.
Yeah, I've acknowledged that they've gone down. Like that's totally, if something's $1,000 and the guy goes down to 750, that still doesn't mean I don't want to, if I want to pay $500 for them.
I mean, that's what they've
Yeah.
proposed, and we've negotiated with them and to get you to tonight. And so that's where we're at.
I also don't want to go down a rabbit hole on this if the majority isn't there. So I'd like to hear, I think I appreciate where Councilmember Schmidt is at on this, but is this distinction something that carries any weight with my colleagues? And the answer, it's totally fine to be like, no, but I do want to sort of throw it out there. Yeah, Vice Mayor Nash.
I just want to say, to me, the difference is really the certainty. And it's not that we won't get more office and get up to, or the non-residential and get up to 1,000,000. That's not where my concern is. My concern is that it's really just it's very much undefined. And I greatly appreciate, everything that has been proposed. I agree with everything that's been said as far as the reasons to celebrate this project. But I'm still grappling with, not that we end up getting there, but just how do we get there? And what certainty we have.
But isn't that just to respond quickly is, I think what I'm hearing, and I don't want to speak for Mark and the Lane Partners folks, is I get that we're grappling with uncertainty, but they also are. They don't have a sense from SRI when those buildings are going to be vacated, and so we're just grappling with the same. But hold on, but I think then what this feels like we're leading to is, well, let's just throw the baby out with the bathwater, and start again because we don't have that uncertainty. So if that's the path
Jeff,
we're
please
headed
don't
down.
that's certainly not what I'm saying.
Okay, so I'm not putting that in your mouth. I'm just sort of saying that's what it feels like. So I definitely don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater because we're grappling with the same uncertainty that they are. I'm happy to live with uncertainty if we trust that they're going to be as good a partner in the future as they have been now, and we have controls with the CDP to kind of control the process as we go. I'm definitely okay living with that uncertainty because I don't think they have any answers about what's going to happen with those buildings. But then what does that lead us to say? Well, no, then we're going to reject the project. That's my concern, right? Yeah. So
through the mayor. Look, I agree with Vice Mayor Nash, and I agree with the concerns that a few of our residents have shared. And the intention is not to say no to the project. At least for myself, the intention is to get to a yes. And it sounds like there's two agreements, but we're only going to create one. And a part of that one has an uncertainty that some of us are not comfortable with. And so is that two agreements? Do we have two agreements for this project so that the uncertainty is taken care of? Because, and this is just experience with a previous project that is large in the city that has already been approved. There were concerns from residents that the possibility of the owner, after receiving entitlement, may sell the property. There were concerns that the project would never happen. There were concerns. And so as a council, we try to address some of those concerns to the best of our ability. But to approve something that either hasn't been studied or is an unknown is difficult to do. And I don't know, your analogy, using a baby doesn't suit the challenge that we have.
And I think for me, it is worth kind of teasing out and acknowledging the uncertainty. And so it's fine. We can accept the risk, right? I mean, everything is an acceptance of some risk. It's like understanding the degree of the risk that gets accepted. And there is a certain risk that we accept where there is a lack of certainty, which may be greater than in some other projects. But then when there are some other, large mixed-use projects that the city has approved that are, for lack of a better word, stalled, and we haven't heard from. And so is that also a concern and a risk? Very much so. For me. So it's all about balancing. But I do think we have to have the discussion. We would be doing residents a disservice if we didn't.
Real quickly through the mayor, just doing a time check to extend the meeting beyond 11.
I think we can.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do think I would be ready to entertain a motion if someone wanted to make one. No, you can. Okay, yeah.
Just a quick clarifying question. So for the retained buildings, PS&T, is it possible that those would be turned into something completely different, such as housing, or are those something that SRI will always need as SRI office building?
So we look at the site holistically, but again, what we've negotiated with staff, and again, apologies for the uncertainty. I appreciate it, but please recognize the entirety of this uncertainty is born out of us dropping hundreds of thousands of feet of commercial and then committing in the DA. So we didn't design it for PS&T and them being treated differently. We designed, or the regime we negotiated with staff in the DA is just meant to be holistic. So you have this cap on commercial square footage at 1 million square feet. But then if we want to add any density to the site, it has to be residential and it has to include BMR. So we can't, outside of that 1 million square feet, we can't do anything remotely commercial. And again, and for retail, that would come out of that 1 million square foot bucket as well.
So, and just to give you some, because you're like, I am comfortable with the staff recommendation. I have concerns because of the uncertainty. But I think of the risk of making the project overall, or putting the project in a more precarious situation, concerns me more than the risk associated with the uncertainty of the 3,000 square foot of office that's floating out there in the ether. So that's, I think, where I'm landing.
I'm in agreement with that as well. And then also because we had heard from staff earlier that this isn't like a blank check for, whatever they want to do. So I'm comfortable as well.
Yeah, it's not a blank check though. It's not a fully filled out check either. Vice Mayor.
Sorry, just
Vice Mayor and then
go ahead. Sorry.
So I was going to take us on a slightly different tangent.
And that is
same. I'm with these two then. So you
Okay.
please go ahead.
I was going to say that if it looks like we are going to the million or 925, but somewhere in there. I understand that the commercial buildings need to move forward to get the financing for the project, including the amenities that make this project desirable. I also understand that the need for city funding to implement the infrastructure that will maintain the quality of life in our city for current and future residents, businesses, and visitors. And so I propose that we include in the DA additional payments to the city as commercial buildings 3 and 5 receive their TCOs. And these payments should be at a rate of $10 million for each of those office, commercial, non-residential TCOs, whichever they end up being. So we're not talking about the residential. And the infrastructure should enhance life in and around the Parkline development. And I'm initially thinking of the Middle Avenue undercrossing project, but I don't want to tie the funds to any specific project. But these are things that would specifically help Parkline residents as well as other residents in the city. So I'd like to, I don't know if I should first see if there's any interest on the council in pursuing this, or if I should first talk to, I guess, is there any interest in the council?
And yeah, I think we should see if there's some support on the council. And just so I'm understanding, the ask is for a $10 million payment to the city. And what specifically is the trigger, or the triggers?
Would be the temporary occupancy certificate.
For what, which building?
For buildings like the 3rd building and the 5th building.
Of office.
Of office.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, that's clear. Okay. I wouldn't want to the applicant to respond unless there's 3 council folks who have some interest in.
I'm interested, but to me, it sounds like a large material change. So I actually feel like I need to hear from the developer.
There's no contract that's been signed, so.
Oh, yeah. I don't, so I guess I'm interested to
Yeah.
see what he says.
But yeah, it's a material change from the staff proposal. But again, it's not a material change from any contract because there's no current contract. But
I'm the same, yeah, that feels like a ball thrown down the field, kind of, so I would rather hear from Mark and crew about what that looks like in the impact.
I'm guessing they're going to say it doesn't look good from their perspective, but I'll let him come up and say that himself.
So this is a new one. I haven't heard of a regime quite like that, but this is we talked about financing, but this is an incredibly challenging time to finance projects, particularly one of this scale and complexity. That's just not something that's financeable. When people are underwriting a project and things go well, that's why they're taking the risk and investing in the project. I will say if the goal is to have money for like things at the Middle Avenue Tunnel, there are massive transportation impact fees and other fees. I think just the transportation impact fee is like $21 a square foot on office space. So you're talking about $21 million as the buildings move forward. That's normally the city's kind of share in a commercial development. You're really more talking about participation in the ownership. I understand the desire to have more money for more funds, but we spent our dollars kind of on this one. And again, we now have we have a hole in the pro forma based on turning the commercial down. We plan to fill that with housing that is hopefully in the most accretive way we can. But that's not something we can agree to.
Can you do a counter proposal?
That was my counter proposal. We'd be successful.
His counter proposal.
I mean, you
21
gotta
million.
So my concern is that we've got a lot of major transportation projects, but especially given the rail, both the middle undercrossing, which I think would be great. I think everyone would agree it would be greatly beneficial to Parkline, to residents here, residents also throughout Menlo Park.
Yeah, Parkline being successful is going to go ahead. Sorry.
Right. And so it's just a matter of realizing that this wouldn't be anything that we could do that you would feel comfortable doing certainly up, early, but maybe by office building 3, that would be something that you might feel comfortable or you might be willing to.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify my response, like we shouldn't be paying cash payments outside of fees and outside of taxes. Like that is how we help fund things in the city. As we walk through, if this project is successful, there are massive fees being paid to the city, specifically for things like transportation and other things as well, and massive tax revenue coming through by virtue of Parkline being successful. Like that is how the city generates income from Parkline, as opposed to, being on the partnership side of the deal. Also, just it's not something that's normal, would create a major financing challenge. Even if I wanted to spend the money, that would be a very strange thing for a construction finance or equity partner to look at. And so, yeah, I hope, Vice Mayor.
Hey, if I didn't ask, if you don't ask, you'll never get.
Yeah,
So
I hope over the last few years we built up trust when we try to say yes to a lot, and when something doesn't work, and we're at a point where we really need to keep going or not. And so please, my candor is meant to be as respectful as it can, but it's
likewise with my question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh. Unless there's something else someone wants to add, I'd be comfortable entertaining a motion.
Can I ask one more question? And that was, you at one point had mentioned 925,000. Would you be willing to restate that?
Yeah, and of the commercial, that bucket includes retail. So we will commit that no matter what, there will never be more than 925,000 square feet of office. But we'd still be allowed to do additional commercial amenity space, retail, things like that. But you know, a million will not be a million of office. We're comfortable with that 925 number. We may lose some square footage there, but you know, it may turn out we do, you know, have a bigger retail center and it goes great and everybody wins and helps with the project. But that's giving you assurance that we're not going to push the envelope, and we're comfortable with that.
So I will very much appreciate that, and I will move to approve the project with that, the 925,000 in office, but it still can, that does not include it can still go up to $1 million with
Non-housing.
non-residential, correct?
Yeah. But I think the city attorney's office wants to weigh in here.
So we just want to, just want to be clear that that revision will find itself in the provisions of the CDP as well as the development agreement. Okay? Because you're defining what the project is. So that's where, in terms of the square footage, that limitation for 925 and up to 75 for office retail, community amenity space. Okay?
That sounds good. I guess I'm not sure if this is a caution or just
No,
a
I just
a
wanted you all to be aware,
clarification.
so when you come back at a subsequent meeting and may see it, you'll see it lives in two different places.
Yeah, well, wherever you see 1 million square foot of like commercial now, and whatever agreements, you will see
Yeah, we'll have to revise
925,000 of office and 75,000 square feet of other commercial space. Yeah, I think that's fine. But then so you were making that motion.
I'd be happy to, or if someone else wants to, that's fine too.
But then accepting everything else is recommended by the staff. So that's what I wanted to make sure.
I guess I don't know what needs to be made for the dark sky comments. I don't know if that needs to be memorialized in any place.
Yeah, we will memorialize that in the zoning and the design standards for the zoning. Yeah. Okay.
Is the dark sky and is that amendment needed into the motion, or can this be direction taken to staff to?
Well, we have a series of resolutions and ordinances that I think need to be moved on separately. So when we get to the ordinance for the zoning, that's where the dark skies language would live. And likewise, I believe the ordinance also encompasses the CDP. So that's where we would incorporate the language for the limitations on the square footage, and then similarly the ordinance for the development agreement.
Thank you.
Oh.
So does a motion need to be constructed?
No, I could read the full motion into the record once we have a second. Thank you. All right, so we do have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor Nash and a second by City Councilmember Wise to approve the following actions related to the Parkline Master Plan Project. Adopt a resolution to 1, certify the final EIR, analyzes the potential environmental impacts of the proposed project, and make the CEQA findings to address impacts, including a statement of overriding considerations for significant and unavoidable environmental effects that would result from the proposed project, And 2, approve the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the proposed project to mitigate impacts to less than significant with mitigation or reduce significant and unavoidable impacts. Adopt a resolution to amend the general plan land use element to allow for the proposed land uses intensity and density in the commercial land use designation and amend the general plan land use map to change the land use designation for the property at 201 Ravenswood Ave to commercial, professional, and administrative offices. We are going to introduce and read the title and waive further reading of an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance to add the C1S district, amend the zoning map to rezone the project site from C1X and R1S and P to the proposed C1S district, and to include the X conditional development combining district overlay, and approve a conditional development permit to develop the proposed project through a master plan and outline the performance standards, development regulations, project requirements for the implementation of the master plan, and other project conditions that address site-specific topics. Adopt a resolution to approve a VTM to manage parcelization to implement the master plan, abandon existing easements and future reserved right-of-ways, identify new public access and utility easements, and site infrastructure. Introduce, read the title, and waive further reading of an ordinance to adopt a development agreement between the city and the project applicant for vesting rights in exchange for community benefits and assurances on the timing and phasing of the proposed project. And adopt a resolution to approve the BMR housing agreement for on-site BMR unit in accordance with the city's BMR ordinance, and to dedicate an approximate 1.6 acre parcel to a nonprofit affordable housing developer to provide up to 154 affordable residential units with a max of 925,000 square footage of within the DA and the CDP, and at dark skies principles and guidelines where appropriate. Where there's any council question or discussion? Seeing none. Please proceed with voting. Oh. Yes.
I think maybe through the mayor, if we can make a clarification on the non-residential square footage, the breakdown being a max of 925,000, non-residential office or R&D, and then 1 million inclusive of 75,000 for retail and office R&D amenity space. Just to clarify that's how the 1 million would be broken up.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you for that clarification. We will add that to the motion. Okay. And with that, I have all votes in. We will record, and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Clerk Karen. Thank you. I know this is, in many respects, just the beginning. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for everyone's trust. I realize that uncertainty exists, but we've worked hard to continue to improve the project the last 4 years, and we'll continue to do that. So we'll see you next year, hopefully with an improved project with more housing and better looking and everything else. But thank you for your faith. We appreciate it.
Right, we'll move on to regular business. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. The first regular business item is K1, approve advisory body annual work plans for the Environmental Quality Commission, Finance and Audit Commission, Housing Commission, and Parks and Recreation Commission, and provide direction on and approve annual work plans for the Complete Streets and Library Commission. Here to introduce the item is Deputy City Clerk Sarah Sandoval.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. Okay, greetings, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Sarah Sandoval, Deputy City Clerk here, and the item before you is to review and approve advisory body work plans for the year 2025-26.
This presentation will include a brief overview of the item, which comes to City Council every September as directed by City Council policy for committees and commissions, which is attached to your staff report as attachment G. We will also briefly highlight specific work plan goals for which staff has requested additional direction, which will bring us to recommendations and next steps. As mentioned, the City Council policy for committees and commissions is our guiding document for this process. And for all commission and committee policies, procedures, and practices, the annual work plan as set forth in this policy is the main vehicle by which advisory commissions align their goals with the City Council's goals, and the annual report out on the work plan is the main venue for how commissions communicate updates and feedback to the City Council. 6 of 7 commissions are required to submit a work plan for City Council review and then report out on that work plan at least once before the end of the work plan cycle. The Planning Commission is exempt from this requirement. And at this time, staff does recommend that the City Council approve work plans for all City Council advisory bodies and provide additional direction related to policy and purview on items in the work plans for the Complete Streets Commission, Library Commission, and Parks and Recreation Commission, which I will go over in the next slides. Please note that the City Council does have the authority to direct additions, modifications, or any other edits to any of the work plan items and not just the items highlighted by staff. For the Complete Streets Commission, work plan goal number 3, staff is seeking direction on the Complete Streets Commission's role in development project review. Goal number 3 is currently worded, has raised some staff concerns related to operational impacts, legislative requirements, overall timing of development review processes, and staff capacity. As such, staff has provided 2 potential options for alternative language for the City Council to consider. Those are listed on this slide and in the staff report. For the Library Commission work plan, staff requests clarification on goals 4 and 6. For goal 4, which includes a request for a City Council study session, City staff requests that City Council provide direction on the process for placing a commission-initiated item on a City Council agenda. And for goal number 6, which entails review of the Library Division budget, staff has also highlighted this as needing additional direction as advisory bodies to the City Council typically have not reviewed or authorized budgets or other allocations for city resources in the past. For the Parks and Recreation Commission work plan, similar to goal 6 for the Library Commission work plan, we also have the same concern regarding budgetary review. And so for this next steps on this item, staff requests that the City Council discuss and provide any edits they may have to advisory body work plans, including but not limited to the items highlighted in this presentation. The City Clerk's office will take down edits and return them to advisory body liaison staff to bring back to the commissions as an informational item. And from there, the City Council approved work plans will serve as the foundation of commission efforts for 2025 to 2026. And of course, next year, before the work plan cycle ends, the commissions will send representatives to report out on their progress and share their feedback with the City Council. That concludes the presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions or to open up for public comment.
Let's call for public comment.
Wonderful. At this time, if anyone would like to make a public comment on item K1, please bring a speaker card to the clerk's desk. You may also raise your hand virtually by using the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And if you are on a landline or cell phone, you can press *9. We have 4 speakers for this item. Mayor Combs, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. Our first speaker will be Cade Kennedy. Is Cade Kennedy still in the chambers? It doesn't seem. I will come back for Cade Kennedy one more time. Our second speaker will be Ken Kirschner.
Good morning, commissioners. No, just kidding. Not there yet. I'm Ken Kirschner, a resident in Allied Arts and a member of the I Bike Menlo Park El Camino Riders Group. I urge you to encourage the Complete Streets Commission to form an El Camino Real ad hoc subcommittee as soon as possible and to begin work on an El Camino bikeway plan, including quick build pilot projects. Right now, Menlo Park is the Gap City. We're surrounded by neighboring cities who are all moving ahead. Mountain View has spent 8 years and now has implemented with Caltrain money, bikeways, and they have them in place. Palo Alto benefited from that same state highway repaving project and installed bikeways throughout Palo Alto. Atherton has completed its corridor study and has initiated the Caltrans project initiation document process. Redwood City is advancing El Camino quick build projects. Menlo Park is the missing link in what should be a safe, continuous El Camino bikeway network. By prioritizing an ad hoc subcommittee now, Complete Streets can focus its attention, accelerate planning, and shorten the time Menlo Park remains a gap. Please signal your support tonight so this work can begin now, not years from now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Athena Irokamos.
Hello again. My name is, Athena Iracomos, and I am currently the chair of the Complete Streets Commission. I want to first thank staff for their work and feedback on our work plan and their support of our commission generally. But I am here to speak in favor of the language that we adopted at our most recent Complete Streets Commission meeting, which would allow our commission feedback on developments that trigger the transportation impact analysis. Our commission role in language adopted by the City Council is to advise City Council on major projects. And after discussion at the CSC meeting, I feel that projects which trigger transportation impact analysis are major in the sense that above this threshold, they could significantly impact circulation and the area around them. I also believe that our commission meetings provide residents with the opportunity to give focused public comment, as many residents think of our commission when they have concerns about transportation and local mobility. The commission can then incorporate that into recommendations to City Council. During our discussion at our meeting, staff suggested that commissioners can give comment on large projects at the City Council meeting or at Planning Commission meetings. And as I found out earlier tonight, 1.5 minutes or even 3 minutes is not enough time to be able to give the detailed feedback, which I would normally give in a Complete Streets meeting, in addition to voicing my other personal opinions about the project. After reading the language proposed by staff in the agenda for tonight, I would also like to bring up a couple of alternative ideas that were not discussed at our commission meeting. The first is a City Council request for discussion of the development by the Complete Streets Commission. Our role is to advise the City Council, so should the City Council feel that the commission feedback would be valuable for them, we would be able to provide our input at your request. Alternatively, we could form subcommittees, which would be able to do in-depth study on the developments and report out to our commission. This would provide opportunity for broader commission and community feedback at those targeted subcommittee report outs. We are asking for your clarification tonight on our commission role in advising the City Council on the transportation surrounding our city's major developments. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Our next speaker will be Sally Cole.
It's too late to wait. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Sorry to press that.
Hello. Hi, this is Sally Cole with the Complete Streets Commission. And I thought I'd provide a little bit of clarity on what started this conversation between staff and the commission in the first place about the scope of the CSC. And I think this is important. When the commission met this summer to do our work plan, the staff included a quote at the top of the staff report. It's actually a quote from the resolution that the City Council passed in February 2024 regarding the roles and responsibilities of the commissions, including the CSC. And it said, the Complete Streets Commission is charged primarily with advising the City Council on realizing the city's adopted goals for Complete Streets Vision Zero Climate Action Plan and provide input on major land use and development projects as it relates to transportation. We liked this language. It's so clear, and we voted unanimously to include it verbatim in our work plan. That's important for us to clarify to you because our intent was to fulfill the council's expectations for our role. As you know from the staff report, the staff proposed narrower language, and we've gone back and forth without resolution. And so I'm here to humbly ask for your help. I, for one, appreciated that the council included a role for us in providing input on the transportation aspects of major development projects being built in our city. After all, these projects are located adjacent to our gathering places, schools, major corridors, and could have a huge impact on traffic circulation, access, safety, the city's bike and ped network, et cetera, et cetera. The commission has a lot of experience in evaluating and managing impacts. We provide feedback and recommendations to City Council and City staff, as you know. High crash corridors, routes to school, Vision Zero plan, you name it. We brought the experience of residents and the perspective of residents to every project to ensure they're planned and designed to keep our streets safe and accessible now and in the future. In addition, we know that Menlo Park residents care a lot about safe streets. And with so many families with kids, as well as a large older population, Menlo Park is right to make that a top priority. Finally, it feels odd to me, frankly, for the commission to perform this role for the City Council and to spend months evaluating plans for every street and intersection, including, let's say, Middle Avenue, but not to be included in evaluating the projects will undoubtedly have the largest impacts on the residential life of our city. I understand the concerns that staff has articulated in terms of adding additional review to the development process. However, I'm hopeful we can find a solution that is not overly burdensome. Just to comment on what Athena said, I do believe that the proposed language that the staff has added in the staff report tonight continues to limit our ability to comment on projects. They're limiting our ability to comment on projects only that do not require a transportation impact analysis, and substantively, I don't think that makes much sense. Perhaps we can pilot an approach this year. I agree with Athena that one option is maybe the City Council requests CSC input on projects as it deems fit, or as she mentioned, we have a subcommittee that can evaluate the project within our own commission and submits recommendations to the commission and to the City Council. Please know that our intent is truly to be helpful to the council, to the city, and to the outcome, and I hope we can be. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next comment will be Pam D. Jones.
Good evening again. Pam Jones, and my comment is in regards to the Housing Commission, and that is I would like to see the anti-displacement elevated to be a very active part of their work plan this year. It is a high priority on the environmental justice element, and the longer we wait, the fewer of the residents who were counting on these types of ordinances to remain in the community, they'll be gone. And we know historically that we've lost a large number of our longtime residents due to the lack of anti-displacement. I am happy to see that the BMR guidelines are being updated so that they reflect the current income levels, particularly the income level in Menlo Park, since it seems to be higher than much of San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And before closing public comment, just want to call one more time for Cade Kennedy. Or if anyone is online and would like to make a public comment, now would be the time to raise your hand. This will be our final call for public comment on item K1. Okay, seeing no further hands or cards, I return it to you, Mayor Combs.
Great, thank you, Deputy Clerk Sandoval. And so bringing this item to the dais, I would just say let's start with the slides. And I think what is this slide number 6? The complete streets work plan, if we can bring that one up, where the CSC has adopted language that they'd like to see in the work plan, which staff has some concerns about, and then staff has provided some verbiage as options. Where is the council at?
I am supportive of the language that the Complete Streets Commission voted on. I do worry that the additional options might not provide enough input or give them the opportunity to provide enough input on projects. I do want to say, though, I don't want this to become another roadblock for development in the city. So from my perspective, I think it's possible, even if projects are approved as we, did with Parkline tonight, still involving Complete Streets even after the approval. That way, it's not a roadblock, but they're still able to give input. So again, that's just one idea, open to other suggestions, but that's where I'm at on Complete Streets.
And if I can, for the second option provided, it is SB 330 projects are specifically exempted, and that's because there are public meeting limits right there, and we don't want one of those public meeting, one of the public meeting allotments to be used for Complete Streets Commission meeting. Is that, or is it some other reason why we specifically exempted SB 330?
That's primarily the reason, is the meeting limitation.
So then, because it seems that that aside from that SB 330 exemption, the language provided in that second additional option is the same, essentially, right? As it has the recommendation possibly also being provided to the Planning Commission. Major land use. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You're right. It's the addition of the Planning Commission, and then also the EIR is the additional language there.
Are required. Okay. I don't know. I don't see why. Open to hearing from my colleagues. It seemed like that second option would be most appropriate, because we're exempting projects of which we want to be careful about the number of public meetings that we have. We are adding the optionality of the input and recommendation also going to the Planning Commission, which is the final decision maker for some projects. And so that could make sense, that addition. So I don't know if someone sees where that option is especially limiting in a way that's different from what the Complete Streets Commission adopted, then please share with me. Vice Mayor, yeah.
how many projects would have the transportation impact analysis and not an EIR?
We've had, since 2020, we've had 15 projects which have required a TIA. And 9 of those have required a TIA and an EIR since 2020.
And so, in this coming year, can you give me any idea as to how many projects?
In terms of projects requiring both, maybe 3 or 4.
And how about requiring just the transportation impact analysis?
That I don't know. They have to meet certain threshold criteria. So I don't have that number, but in terms of being large and significant to require an EIR, about 3 or 4.
What's the project that is top of mind for you that requires the TIA but not an EIR?
Thank you, Mayor Combs. We were just looking at the list. And so one example would be 68 Willow Road, which is a housing project, major subdivision, and that is requiring a TIA. Still yet to be determined whether an EIR is required, but the TIA would help provide additional information if that is to be triggered. 320 Sheridan was one that was a TIA that did not trigger an EIR.
In 680, well, like Sheridan is like what, 88 units? How many is 68 Willow?
I believe it's like 50. Yeah.
And is the concern staff time?
The concerns are indeed staff time. A lot of these projects change. So we just went through a few hours of a project that went through quite a few changes. It's often difficult to figure out when things are ready to be shared with the commission for feedback. A lot of these projects, in terms of the TIA, the findings are rather technical, and our task as staff is to review things that are based on city council adopted policies and state regulations. So we're trying to balance what can be commented on that can definitely be incorporated into the projects, and so that's been a challenge. In addition, obviously, to staff time, trying to figure out the timing to take these projects back, and then the impacts on ongoing programs and projects that we have in the queue.
Because I guess I will just offer, I was on the Complete Streets Commission before coming to council and felt quite well versed as a resident, not as a professional, but just in transportation matters. I will tell you, I don't have much time to do that anymore on council with the breadth of information that we are expected to cover. And so that's why I find it very helpful to have people on the commission who are not the professional staff, but have the resident perspective and really can sort of bring forward ideas that are circulating in the community that might not come to staff and probably shouldn't necessarily come to staff, but they can sort of stream those into the process, which is to me very different than what professional staff brings to the table, which is really all the nuance, all of the rules and nuances and all. And so that's why I'm trying to figure out a way to have it as inclusive as possible without, as I know, we, especially in transportation, have a tremendous staffing issue. And so without how to balance those. But I do think it's an extremely important information that can be brought forward. or helpful.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this is not new, this tension of like, what is the scope of a commission and how that relates to what staff expectations are. I mean, I sort of see it like at the end of the day, we are like what are we, 34,000 resident suburban city. And so like, I don't know that, giving commissions lots of leeway would be the right course of action. Because I mean, I appreciate all of our commissioners, but they tend to be advocates for a very specific perspective a lot of the times. And I could see scenario where lots of staff time and effort gets focused on responding, engaging these this advocacy, I should say, when it's not clear that that's like the direction of the council. And so for me, that's the concern, and that's something I've very much seen with the Complete Streets Commission, where and again, I appreciate their service to the city, and I think it has a lot of value, but it tends to be more of a clear advocacy for a very specific perspective. And I don't know if I see a lot of the times as much of the sort of decision-making contemplative body approach that I would want to see. And so that again is my my thinking based on some very clear data points. I'll let Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, I want to build on a couple of things. Well, one is I wanted to echo what Ken had said about, I do think one thing that would be really helpful is to look at El Camino Real. I was talking to the city manager the other day as well, as I'm just really confused on where we are in the queue, and I get 10 different answers, and I don't want to miss an opportunity. So I'm hoping that the group can play a role in helping us advance the next steps of what that looks like, whatever form. And I saw that in the plan, so I would just tease that out. I'm going to be a little more direct. I am tending to agree with pieces of what everybody's saying. I'm very worried about this adding a layer to the development process that already is quite cumbersome. And so I being a commissioner myself as well, like most of us, I appreciate that advisory role, but I'm leery of adding layers of complexity. And I am completely wary of what the vice mayor said around, that was my biggest concern around staff time. Transportation is probably the absolute number one department that I want to free up as much staff time as I can for all the other things that we hear. And this would clearly add an advising and a prep element versus just getting out there and doing projects. So my concern isn't about the commission itself. It's the one department that it feels maxed out and will be for the foreseeable future. And the burden on staff time to me feels clearly like I don't want to add anything. I want you guys out there doing more stuff, more of the real project. So that's not a value judgment on a commission. I love commissions, but it's a concerning time to be doing that to the transportation staff, the amount of kind of prep work and everything. So.
Okay, I do want to move us along, like to get, yeah.
I wanted to add something to this, because I just go back when it was the Bicycle Commission and the Transportation Commission, and the Transportation Commission did provide, I believe, more feedback on transportation projects. So I do support what our Complete Streets Commissioners are asking for. I believe that there needs to be possibly some workshops that already exist that we can maybe direct some of our commissioners to, that can maybe help to ensure that there is not a cross between the work that the commissioners are doing and the work that the staff is doing, because the goal is actually to work comprehensively, I believe. I did ask the city clerk for an org chart, because as I remember, the commission is a part of that org chart. And so I value that. And going back to what the vice mayor said, just about how much time you can put into your interests as council members. You don't have time to do certain things, and some commissioners are already working on that. So that's my contribution to this conversation. I, unfortunately, as a liaison for Complete Streets, haven't had time to actually meet with the commissioners. And so, which is, I'm sure, been a struggle if they've been having some difficulty that they believe that a council member can possibly help when it comes to communication. I don't know where the happy medium is here, but I do believe that our commissioners have value and can help us as far as with our own work plans and complement the work that we're doing. And Complete Streets is one of our priorities. So I think there needs to be some consideration.
So I think for me, the question is like, well, is there consensus for the Complete Streets Commission adopted language? Or not? So I think that would be my first question. Is there 3 votes for the adopted language? I don't think we can write a new one from the dais at midnight. And so we're either going with the adopted language, choosing one of the options, or we're punting on this for tonight. And so, sure.
One other suggestion would be if staff and the Complete Streets chair and vice chair would meet and choose 2 projects over the next year that will be done as a pilot to see how much time it takes, how everybody feels about it, and come to some consensus that way. I don't know if 2 is the right number, but basically choose some number to just try and see how does it work, how much time, how much staff time does it really take, and look at it that way.
And so in this case, we would be, because we would be seeing sort of projects that trigger a transportation impact analysis, but not the ER. Yeah, well, non-SB 330 projects that trigger a traffic impact analysis, but not an EIR, because obviously if the 2, that's the language suggested by staff. Like I will say, like I could be fine with that, but based on the example of the projects that were given that trigger a TIA versus one that triggers TIA and EIR, like the Sheridan project, and like I do have, I mean, they are significant substantive projects, but they are not large projects. In those cases, those are both like what you might call infill housing projects too. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm thinking that like there's actually going to be an equal amount of value for the effort and time put into those value produced, as in like some actual novel engagement or idea or different approach that would not have come if not for the engagement of that commission, right? And so, I think for me, I would still have concerns that we're increasing the scope beyond what's currently the state, and what's the value or impact we're getting from that.
But it's currently in their scope. It's currently part of the scope of the Complete Streets Commission to provide, I don't know how it's
Are
worded,
they
but
getting
essentially
these
feedback.
projects though? Or
Well, I think that's the push.
yeah, so the scope as it is actually being implemented, I guess for me would be the issue. Because obviously again, someone please correct me, they're not because staff one feels that like they don't have the resources, or some other reason.
If I may, the roles and responsibilities include providing input on large development projects. And I think part of our desire here was to get clarity on what large means. You know, there's language proposed. Indeed, we've struggled understanding what projects to bring, and we've definitely been understaffed, and we have a lot of transportation priorities. Part of the reason why we proposed the original language about projects deviating from adopted plans is because we see those as projects that are not in line, where commission feedback would be really, really critical. The rest of the projects, we review them based on the policies that you all have adopted. And a lot of the TIAs, like I said, are very technical. And so we were struggling to really find the input that would then be carried through. So that's why we're here.
How many of those projects that you suggested were there? So I'm wondering if that'll give us some clue.
The last project that was taken to the commission was Willow Village, because it deviated from the circulation element.
I think, Director Mitch, I definitely appreciate that. I'm struggling with the large project definition vagueness makes me very nervous, and I'm feeling more inclined to punt because it feels like I like the Vice Mayor's suggestion about how do we narrow this enough where it feels like there's value on both sides. And I'm not a person who likes to punt, but at the same time, the adopted language feels super broad to me and goes very contradictory to what Director Mitch just said, which was, well, now we've just signed up this very busy staff to, put a lot of, maybe not a lot, but put projects in front of the CSC pretty consistently. And so I'm feeling like there's a little bit more groundwork that needs to happen before I'd feel comfortable signing off on any of these.
So I would propose that we go with, for this year, go with the third option, the second additional option, provide input and recommendations as it relates to transportation to the City Council and/or Planning Commission on the city's major land use development projects that are not subject to SB 330, for which a TIA and environmental impact report are required. And that that two projects are reviewed with the Complete Streets this year and see how it goes. And I know that,
I do just want to reiterate my idea from earlier. What if since the Complete Streets is an advisory body, what if we brought them in after projects are approved? Or because I mean, for example, like we saw tonight with Parkline, we did approve the project, but I still think that there's, a lot that is going to be decided. It's not like we know exactly what it's going to look like and what's going to happen. So,
Which is why we struggle with it.
I think
because
it's usually
for most projects there is, again, not everything, right? That they still haven't, pulled building permits and some, but it's a lot more clear. Like once you get to the point of like a city council approval.
I see. Okay, yeah, again, because, so just to reiterate where I'm at, I do worry that with option one, again, it could just be weaponized to like be another reason to stop development. But then with option three, I apologize, I know you said this earlier, how many projects would that be a year?
In terms of projects that may be coming, 3 or 4 within the next year or 2.
3 or 4,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I would be aligned with the Vice Mayor's suggestion. My only tweak would be to ask that those 2 projects be presented to the city council as like informational items or something like that, where the council specifically has visibility in the two projects that there has been alignment on, that doesn't fall within. So I guess in those cases where just the TIA was triggered, because obviously if the TIA and ER are triggered, then they're going to go to the complete streets. And so I would be fine with, again, that additional language option 2, and then this pilot idea of 2 projects that didn't fit that, and that being surfaced again to the city council. It does seem like if the last project they saw was like Willow Village, I mean, that does seem like they're only getting like really, really big projects.
Although I did, oh, sorry, just to build on that real quick, and then please go. I'm definitely feeling more in alignment with where we're heading with that, and I like the pilot idea. I do think what Councilmember Wise said about best of intentions, but the last time I saw some things cropping up around reviewing the Parkline project at the 11th hour, and that did feel like, well, it was just a perspective. It did feel like something that could potentially derail a very tight timeline, as Mark and Crew said. So the one request I would have is if we do implement a limited version, it's far enough in advance so it's not an 11th hour Hail Mary by opposing forces to delay these projects or do anything like that. That would be my one big caveat, because I did see some of that message traffic go by and I thought, oh, this feels like a tactic to delay this project. And I wouldn't want that ever to be the case. So,
And I would hope that people involved would raise a flag if that feels like anything's going to delay something. You know, if it's going to be a delay, please let us know, or let Justin know, whatever. Because yes, we certainly, I don't think anyone wants to do that.
Okay.
I guess one other question, that's how does downtown housing play into this? Because I think that's something which is very important to get the Complete Streets Commission involved. I don't know at what stage, but I think the circulation is critical.
So in this case, for that project, we are focusing on non-housing projects, right? But in terms of the council's desire to do a circulation assessment of downtown, then we could bring that in itself as a project in terms of looking at existing conditions versus future, just like we're doing with the downtown parking management study. So perhaps, looking at, because that's an affordable housing project, but the desire from council is to take a look at circulation elements of downtown as a whole, correct? So we could bring that as a standalone project in terms of looking at downtown now and in the future and circulation.
Thank you. I would be very interested in having the Complete Streets Commission involved in whatever way makes sense in the downtown housing project. And I guess it's also incumbent upon the Complete Streets Commissioners to sort of talk to your liaison if you think that, if you're seeing something that's you'd like to be involved in and think it's beneficial.
Okay, I did want to, so then for the Library Commission work plan, the staff requests clarification on the process by which commission initiated items should be added to the city council agenda. Is this something where we could rely on like the liaison, that like a commission could make a proposal to their liaison to get an item like on the council agenda, and then that council member would go through the process that we have for getting an item on the council agenda? Is that possible, or is there? I'm not to you. I guess is there some? Okay.
Yes, I'll chime in on that. Yes, that's something that would be applicable to all the commissions. Yes.
Okay. Then go number 6, city request clarification on the role of the advisory bodies in budgetary review. Now, the Finance and Audit Commission does review the budget, right, as part of their scope. But none of the other budget commissions review the budget or their department's portion of the budget necessarily. But correct me. So,
good evening. The Finance and Audit Commission does not review the budget as part of their scope. It's brought exclusively to the City Council as well as the public budget hearing or workshop ahead of time.
Okay. I thought I was with the liaison to the Finance and Audit when it was a committee. We reviewed something, I thought. Or was that, is it never reviewed any parts of the budget or?
No, they review the annual comprehensive financial report, the investment policy, the quarterly investment reports, but not the budget.
Okay. Okay. That's so what is the council's thinking on what clarity would the council like to provide as it relates to advisory bodies reviewing budget issues or budget related matters?
So I think that it is not appropriate to have commissions reviewing the budget going into it, but having a look at the potential impacts of budgets is something within their purview. So not actually having any sort of, not reviewing the budget itself, but after the budget is put together, looking at the impacts.
Or understanding for, like, for the department that they align with, like understanding like where the money goes, like where, how that.
I think I was thinking more, well, I'm going off of what the Library Commission said, focusing on any potential impacts to library services, sort of looking at how the budget impacts the services, but not actually having any, not as it pertains to the budget, not to have input into the budget itself. But
but as part of the budget adoption process, staff would provide, no, you.
I don't see it as part of the budget adoption process.
So this is after, so we're talking about an approved budget where we're going to share information with them about it, to what end?
Good question. I guess I'm interested in what staff has. Anyway.
Just,
you know,
sorry. Well, just to clarify, I am with you 100%. This feels like a request for input, and that doesn't feel appropriate. If it's not a request for input, if it's just tell us how the budget breaks down after the budget's already been approved, I wouldn't want to add any steps to Brittany's like the process. I wouldn't want to add complexity or steps.
I actually don't think it's a request for input. I think it's a request for the budget has been approved. Where, like, what are we spending? Like, where is it going? How much are we spending on books? How much are we spending on this? That's what I took it as. Yeah.
I mean, the idea, again, that's all like public record. You can go and find that information. So it's not a secret. If the idea is that, like, for some meeting, like, staff should present to them, like, the budget, I'm not like opposed to that. Is just that, like, if we adopt that as something that should or could happen with library, I don't understand. Then every other commission that aligns is going to say, well, we want that too. So and so I just think that there is that to factor in. Like, again, like, I think, like, I would say the extent to which there is a commission that wants information about the budget for the city department that they align with, I think making that information specifically available to them is fine. Like, right, making sure they have access to that, like if it's the library commission, the library portion of the budget, like, right, we can give them those pages and make sure that they have like that information specifically for them. I'm aligned with that. I guess I would sort of, then look for some signal from them for if they think that they need something else or some other type of engagement.
And you made me realize that there's already the, I don't remember what it's called, but essentially the finance, actually, I guess all the departments go in front of the public at one meeting. And so that might actually be where if anyone wants to give input, that's the process that's already set up.
Okay, so because, yeah, we hear it, obviously I didn't notice, obviously both Parks and Rec and Library Commission are asking for this budgetary review.
Where that starts to feel odd, I think it's a good point, is everybody then starts to ask, I mean, is Housing Commission going to ask for input into the community development budget or, complete streets into the transportation budget? That feels really odd to me. So the input thing just feels beyond scope.
Agree. And they don't have the same broad purview that one really needs to. Yes.
So are we leaning on no budgetary engagement or for providing, okay, so no, so just tell them you can go and find it in the budget yourself as an individual resident and attend those meetings. There is the budget workshop. Okay. Okay, so is there anything, so these are, I went through the deck that staff presented. Is there anything as it relates to relates to the work plans not presented in the slide presentation that any member of council wanted to call out? Or is there any additional direction staff would like? Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor Combs. And on the Housing Commission work plan, I would like to see the anti-displacement policy move to appropriate place as a high priority. And then also including data collection. I think that the existing displacement data can help inform our displacement policy. And then also possibly addressing BMR vacancy rates.
Yeah, I don't personally, I mean, we would be suggesting this as priorities to them, and they would ultimately make the call if they wanted those to be priorities. Or are we saying that this is what the council thinks you should prioritize?
Well, the displacement policy is already a priority in the EJ element. So it would make sense to have some consistency that it's a priority in the Housing Commission's work plan.
Which is, their work plan is what they generate, right? And so my only thing is that they didn't generate that. And so
it's already on the list. It's just at the very bottom of the page as it's related efforts.
Okay. And so I think that's fine. I only don't know what is the process by which we say to them, this is something that should be higher. Do we just say that and that happens? Or do we suggest to them that this is an item that should be higher and get their feedback?
Well, there's, I guess, one of two answers to that. One is having a conversation with the housing chair and vice chair. The other is asking the city manager, assistant city manager, what their thoughts are.
Yeah. Who is the Housing Commission liaison? Okay. But yeah, we can ask the city manager or city staff.
So goal number 3 on the Housing Commission adopted work plan is anti-displacement. I think I just need a little more clarity on what changes you might want to that, because some of the components are the anti-displacement strategy, for example, that's underway and could come to the commission anyway under that anti-displacement goal.
So the intention, and it's not to say that the order of the goals are the order of the priorities. Honestly, it's the urgency of having some form of anti-displacement policy. And so where it is on the list, if we move it, does it make it move a little faster or direct? Is there an anti-displacement subcommittee? Are housing commissioners working on this? And since it's a priority in the EJ, it doesn't seem like to me, it should be consistent anyways. So, and I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but just, I'm gonna reiterate things that are an issue.
So I think it's moving it from related efforts to high priority.
It's under high priority as well, actually. It's review and support staff anti-displacement study under high priority there too.
Okay, I don't see it, but that's fine.
Do you see it on page 2
Now I
up
see
there?
it, thank you. I did not.
That was a Drew move.
Just one question though, this sort of goes to something I mentioned a couple of meetings ago, that I do think at some point, some kind of consistency between the work plans would be helpful, because I do try to stay in touch with the different commissions and keep an eye on it, but it's hard to, maybe I'm prejudiced because of the EQC, but we had a CAP plan. We knew what the goals were, we knew the timing, we knew the measures, and that feels fairly inconsistent across the different commissions. So it'd be a lot easier to talk about these things if there was a little more consistency between the different commissions. So
I'll just say that different commissions attract different types of people. And I think that, and again, they have different scopes, and I just think that's a good idea, and that might work for some percentage of commissions. Like I can see, though, for some, it would be a challenge. Like when I was on the Finance and Audit Committee, it was just a challenge getting quorum. And so then, having these fully, having a work plan similar to EQC, again, I think would be a challenge. And speaking to what I was saying earlier, again, it's not necessarily a bad thing but for some of these commissions, you attract people who are advocates and who have, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but a specific agenda that they want to see happen. And so then you see things like a more fleshed out work plan. And so, but I don't disagree with you. I just think it is probably going to possibly be a little bit more challenging. But maybe staff will disagree with me and say, no, will be very easy, and we're actually implementing that right now.
Sorry, the consistency across all the work plans?
Yeah.
No, but it is a bit of an evolution. This year, it was set up as a regular business item to have a little bit more discussion from the council. We are trying to look at work plans a little bit more closely for that alignment, but it's going to be a bit of an iterative process. There won't be complete consistency, but we are trying to just shine some light on some of that. But there's differences across all the commissions, so it won't be one size fits all.
We have to, this is an action item, right? Or have we said enough on this to make it an action item? Or sorry. Deputy Clerk Sandoval. She's like, this is the agenda item I had to.
No. If you could just repeat the question, Mayor Combs.
No, I was just saying, like, I guess maybe the question is for my colleagues. Does someone want to make a motion here? They feel that they have heard enough to make a motion? Because this is an action item, right?
Yes, and through the mayor, if I could kind of restate what I think we're hearing as the
Sure.
city council direction on this. So for complete streets, we were going to go with the staff provided language option 2. Is that correct? So the third of the options listed on the slide. With feedback presented to the city council as an informational item.
With a pilot of two projects, right, that didn't fall within this description.
With a pilot of 2 projects
Yeah.
decided upon by vice chair, staff, however they want to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. And then for Housing Commission, the prioritization of anti-displacement, was that a desire to renumber and move it to the top, or is that maybe more of a wish list item or a general feedback item?
The question?
So for Housing Commission, did we have any updates to the language of the work plan itself? I wasn't sure where we landed on that.
I after rereading it, thank you, Assistant City Manager Solte. The only thing that's not there is data collection. And I don't know if that's already a part of the anti-displacement policy development.
So I would, we have one bullet there under high priority, and it's to review and recommend policies to quantify displacement. So I think that gets at the data point a little bit.
And does that include the third item, the vacancy rate on the BMR units?
That's a good, I don't know the answer to that question at this point. I'd have to talk with, confer with staff a little bit.
Thank you.
Okay, so we possibly have no additional action on the Housing Commission, and so then you were.
Library Commission, the study session request, adding that the request will be made by asking the city council liaison to submit that to an agenda at the time that it's ready. And then Library Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission want to confirm we are removing goal number 6 for both the budgetary review item removal. I'm saying nods for that as well.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what we had so far kind of summarized for the action of this item.
Okay, I'll make a motion to move the item with those changes.
And to confirm all other work plans that maybe haven't been discussed in this detail, we're approving them too. Okay. Okay, so we are moving on to the motion for K1, which would include the approval of the annual work plans for all of our advisory bodies with the edits that have been provided. Okay, so with that, we did have a motion by Mayor Combs. Do we have a second? I have a second by Vice Mayor Nash. Any further city council question or discussion? Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Deputy City
The-
Clerk.
The final regular business item is K2, approve third amendment to the employment agreement between the City of Menlo Park and the city manager, Justin Murphy. Here to introduce the item is Administrative Services Director Brittany Mello.
Good evening. The item before the City Council for consideration is an amendment to the employment agreement with City Manager Justin Murphy. The City Manager serves as the city's Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Murphy was appointed to the position of City Manager on June 17th, 2022, His employment agreement included an initial 3-year term through August 30th, 2025, with an option for an additional 2 years. This option was exercised to effectuate the full 5-year term at the August 26th City Council meeting. The amendment before you includes 5 proposed components plus minor cleanup language. An increase to the base annual salary to $348,000, a one-time bonus of $10,000, an employer contribution of $15,000 to a 401(a) retirement plan account, modifying the severance for no-cause separation from 6 to 12 months, and approving the reduction of the bonding requirement from $200,000 to $0 for the term of the agreement. All other terms and conditions of the employment agreement would remain unchanged. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you. City Clerk Karen, can we call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on regular business item K2 related to the Third Amendment for the employment agreement between the city manager and the city of Menlo Park, if you are in person, you can drop a card off at the clerk's desk. Virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on regular business item K2. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Great, bringing it back to the dais, I'll entertain council discussion or a motion. Oh, sorry.
So I do have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Taylor and a second by City Councilmember Wise. And this is to approve an amendment to the city manager Justin Murphy's employment agreement pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, an oral summary of a recommendation for final action to a local agency executive's compensation must be made prior to taking final action. The motion before the City Council is to amend the city manager's employment agreement and adjust the annual salary to $348,000 with a one-time $10,000 bonus and a one-time $15,000 employer-paid retirement plan contribution, modifying the severance for no cost separation from 6 to 12 months, and reducing the bonding requirement from $200,000 to $0 for the term of the agreement. All other term and conditions of the employment under the existing agreement shall be the same. Is there any further City Council question or discussion? Okay. Seeing none, please proceed with voting. And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you again.
Thank you, Clerk Karen. We'll move on to informational items. Informational items are transmitted to the City Council and staff ever to provide an update on matters of importance to the City Council. Informational items are not action items. However, a City Council member, city staff member, or member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. City Clerk Karen, can you call for public comment on the informational items?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Combs. So at this time, any member of the public wishing to provide comment on informational items L1, City Council agenda topics, L2, City Council 2526 work plan update, or L3, the home upgrade services progress report. If you are in person, you can drop that speaker card off here. If you are virtual, engage that hand feature. Calling in, please press *9 now. Final call for public comment on our informational items L1, L2, and L3. Seeing none. Mayor Combs, you may continue.
All right, we'll move on to City Manager. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I actually have comments on L2, the
sorry.
work plan. And I was wondering if there's any chance we can do this next week rather than doing it this week. Would that be great? Thank you.
So what are we doing next week? Or
I understood that to be that it would just reappear on next week's agenda.
all right. Okay, City Manager's report.
And I would just, if we could get the questions ahead of time, that might be great. Thanks.
Here to introduce the item is City Manager Justin Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Put out.
Given the late hour, I don't have any city manager reports, but I do want to express my appreciation for the City Council's support to be able to serve as the city's city manager. So thank you.
City council member reports, any reports from city council members since the September 9th city council meeting?
I actually have 3. Can I do them next week?
Sure.
Thank you.
Any other?
A 10-second one, I just wanted to say what a great event it was the Public Works Department put on, and first time I'd been, and made me wish I had little kids again. It was great. Love the goats. So yeah, thanks for doing that. It was a great event.
Yeah, I'll echo that. The open house was a really good event. I was going to say second annual, but it's not actually the second annual because we don't have it every year, but the second instance and installment. And so, and much like the first one, I thought it was a great event for all. And to Councilmember Schmidt's point, especially kids and families. But thank you to all the staff who played a role in organizing that. Okay, with that, we'll adjourn.